fährt am Samstag rauf. Der italienische Nacht.
Noce Latina.
Ist am Samstag im Land, die italienische Nacht, die ganze Altstadt.
So, schau, da kommt der Wout so. Ein verfressener Labrador. Der frisst.
Wir haben vorhin einen Stau gehabt, weil wenn er so lang mit 20 km/h ist.
Schön, einfach da schön am Ammersee. Das ist wie im Kurbad, gell? Ja, wie im Baden mit See. Oder noch?
Ja, weiß ich nicht, kleine mit
So ein Tisch, also die schneidet vertikal, oder? Ja.
was umrühren.
Ja.
Ich habe das Ding mal selber geguckt. Okay.
Cheese schon. Prost.
Prost.
Bei mir gibt es eine Bochumer Schlachtplatte schon hier. Manta-Platte. Ich wollte eigentlich eine Pizza, aber die gibt es nicht mehr.
Zieh mich jetzt gleich wieder um oder kriegst du hast keine Hand?
Das ist ein Sonnenuntergang, hä?
Ich brauch's nicht. Ich brauch gar nicht. Ja, gerade ist schon wieder links da hinten auslassen, bis den ganzen Bereich. Und da herum ist nämlich ein Sporn, ganz ein großes, das muss man anschauen. Barbano heißt das. Falsch. Jetzt haben wir praktisch von da bis da rüber alles ausgelassen. Und jetzt ein kurioser Wein.
Und dann Demokrat und dann als letztes hier. Ja, ich wollte es gerade nicht sagen, aber wir denken drauf.
Der hat aber extrem wenig Zeit. Der Kerl, der ist bis 50. Ach, heute noch.
Schaut mal an, das ist ja mit
wir auch ein Selfie machen. Ne?
Oh, da vorne.
Du,
Schau, was da vorne war.
der wir heute wieder Karussell fahren. Nein.
Ich hab's gerade gesehen, schau mal, was da war.
Oh.
Aber ich glaube, da sind zu viele Leute.
Naja, das hat letztes Mal schon fast gefressen. Du.
Jetzt kann man dann aufschreien.
Oh ja, das können wir nicht machen. Das bringen nicht mehr.
Aber Gaudi war es schon.
Ein Gaudi war es schon. Nö, können wir nicht bringen. Es sind zu viele Leute. Das war letztes Mal woanders gestanden, oder? Hat das da gestanden?
War da.
Ja.
Was ist denn drin, der noch?
Jetzt habe ich einen blauer Zeher. Jo, weil ich da gegen einen Riesenschlag hatte, bitte. Ah, das wird mir vor. Das wird mir vor. Da ist schon nichts mehr da. Das ist kein Vergleich zu Tristan Stegen. In Stegen sind die Tristan 500 Meter weit.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Monkey... rogue trader. There is something you must do for me. The soul of Erimeris, the Archon of the Reaving Tempest. It should belong to me. I do not know where, I do not know how, but that bitch tried to dispatch me without sullying her own hands, and she deserves to lose her life. Her soul will remain in my soul trap. When we at last face each other, and we will face each other, even if I have to gut all of Camorra to do it. And if you're there when it happens, do not even think of trying to deliver the final blow. Only an Aziriesh has the right to take the life of an Aziriesh, and that right is mine. It is all somewhat more complicated than you're capable of understanding. Our game of old must come to an end. My first step went awry because of Nazrike's treachery. Now all I must do is finish what I started. Destroy her with my own hands before she destroys me. Simply killing her is not enough for me. No, it is too banal. Keeping her imprisoned for all eternity in a cage of misery from which there is no escape. That is a fate more to my liking. Her fury and torment will feed me until her spirit dries up like a fountain of blood spraying from a sliced artery. And also, it might make her resurrection problematic. Naive creature, The homunculi of Camorra, including Tavantius, whom Erimeris favors, are able to regenerate our slain kin from small pieces of flesh held in amniotic tubes. Any Drakari you kill on the field of battle can come for you again, albeit at a price, since the homunculus claims a portion of their client's soul as payment for this precautionary measure. Perhaps Erimeris was desperate enough, or insane enough, to resort to such a contract. Who knows? Having Erimeris' soul in my keeping might make her regrown form, if one appears, defective. She might not remember me or you at all. Erimeris is my sister. What does it matter? Yes. I valued her until she went too far in her attempts to dispose of me. She valued me until I refused to bare my throat for the blade without a word. Our relationship has come to a dead end. Now the tie between us must be severed. The answer I was expecting. I do not expect to wait long for the confrontation. When my sister learns of what occurred in the arena, she will send assassins, or decide to come herself. What are you looking at? Correct. Directly into the nerve centers. Direct stimulation of the trigger points, provoking constant, unrelenting pain. Do you know how pleasurable it feels when your suffering rings out in unison with another's? The overwhelming ecstasy when your own agony bleeds into the agony of your enemy. My world is woven from that pleasure. I can show you that world. I can teach you, if you do as you are told. I do. And I will not forget my place, so long as you do not lose your grip. As you have already promised me, Erimeris, I will leave you now. When it is time to kill, let me know. You want to know how and to what end I orchestrated all of this? Ask your questions. When Irimeris ordered us to lay waste to the monkey settlements, Tazara and I encountered resistance. I have hunted your kin too long not to notice how well you in particular were fending off our attacks. The rout in Tazara's arena, the appearance at the plundered vessel. Your kind are usually powerless against us, but not on that occasion. I began to suspect that you could not have managed it without outside help. Help from our side. I began sending out spies and assassins. My eyes and ears infiltrated your vessel, your cities, and they discovered a trail that led back to one of your worlds. A trail that ended with a burned monkey, the source of the information about where and when my cabal was going to strike. A little trickery to draw you away from the planet. And I had your little informant in my grasp. How the information was reaching his agents, the burned monkey himself did not even know. But based on the units involved and other details, it was clear. No monkey in real space could have gathered such specifics about raid complements and objectives. No, it was inconceivable. The information was being fed to you by my own kind, and I knew who. Irimeris Aziriesh, Archon of the Reaving Tempest, my former mistress. A cowardly bitch who punishes anyone who threatens her grip on power. I knew that to win a war against her, I would need the support of the Reaving Tempest's patron, the Cabal of the Black Heart. So I allied with Nazrake, who presided over the trial. I promised him that Irimeris would be humiliated. I promised him evidence. A lowly monkey that would disgrace Irimeris in the eyes of the Archons. For that performance, I needed you. Of course. If I'm not mistaken, you met the infiltrator yourself. A Cabalite who left a lava from Tevantius in one of the monkey. Or did you never work out the reason for the treachery during the raid on your ship so long ago now? Then there is no need for me to mention the sleeper agents hidden on your worlds. Overthrowing an Archon is far from easy, even one who has already tarnished her reputation. Every member of a Cabal has their supporters, and Irimeris is no exception. Nazrake promised me a sham trial in the Obsidian Court with a predetermined outcome. Irimeris should have been convicted and dethroned. I was supposed to take her place and turn the Reaving Tempest into a loyal vassal of the Black Heart. Nazrake was supposed to be the axe that fell on her neck. But it fell on mine instead. It was devious and worthy of praise, but why? A secret pact with Irimeris, or is there another reason? I will tear the answer from his throat along with his final breath. It must be said that Nazrake did not have to try very hard to turn the court against me. Not after the stunt you pulled before the assembled Archons. Who? I have no idea what you saw in your stupor. The homunculus's creature does not elicit specific images. It muddles your mind, forcing it to paint suitable pictures evoking confusion or fear. Neither Tevantius nor I care about fussy monkey rituals. The lava must have created a suitable environment for you. One in which you would be more willing to answer my questions in the Obsidian Court. What do any of my kind do in real space? We were reaping. Kamara was clamoring for meat. The Dark City had suffered losses in the latest disjunction. We needed sources of sweet pain to prime its minds and bodies. When the Archon bade my cabal collect the harvest from the region, I did not suspect that it would turn into this game between you and me. Conspiring? No. There was no plot between us. She merely rushed to my bait. At first, I planned to use the one you trusted, the burned monkey with whom we had spent long hours awaiting your arrival. But my cousin was so swift. Afterward, she tracked down the monkey, killed him, and took the device that he had been using to contact me. She told me what she had seen in your chambers. A piece of her home, destroyed, twisted beyond recognition, reduced to a trophy on a wall. Yes, that was the breaking point for her. The final drop in a deep well of doubt, dispelling her naive trust of Monkey once and for all. And then she came seeking answers from her dark cousin. I did not ask her to hand you over to me. No, doing that would have made my poor cousin doubt herself even more than she was already. I simply told her where to seek out the traces of her craft world and the answers to her questions. A favor for a kinswoman, nothing more. And then I made ready for your arrival. For the only way she would reach that place was with you. When a monkey is left alone with me and my art of pain, I plunge them into a deep well of suffering from which they will do anything to escape. Your kind have fragile souls. Your convictions and principles are a delusion that lends a mirage of meaning to your lives. Achilles and I had plenty of time alone together before your arrival. When he went out to meet you, he was already mine. I bought his loyalty with a promise to never touch his body or his mind ever again. I know it exists. I know that my cabal found it, helpless and stationary, unable to protect its sons and daughters. I know that Iliad's kin began showing up as prisoners in the Reaving Tempest's spire, where they were fonts of exquisite, delightful pain. I spent too much time beyond the limits of our home to learn more than that. But that was enough to tempt Iliad with false hope. We've already had words. I have no reason to conceal the truth now. Iliad has outlived her usefulness to me. Watching her face as she learned the truth was priceless. Mandrakes. A foul breed that lurks in the bowels of Kamora. Their ability to find paths through the shadows was put to good use. I promised them forbidden trophies from the Reaving Tempest's coffers once I am Archon. Let them come for what they're owed. They will regret it. Did you not hear me when I answered you the first time? I do not like to repeat myself. Then what else do you need? I was handed over to the witch cult to do with as they wished. First, they made me fight the dregs in the arena, and then, once they'd had their fill of my debasement, I was granted entry into the blood-stained proselytes. The continuation of my existence. When I lost my standing, I became fair game for anyone tempted by the prospect of slaying a disgraced Cavalite. For vengeance, or just for the pleasure of the kill. In Camorra, a lone Drukhari is a target. My talents may be prodigious, but I held no illusions about my chances. You cannot hope to understand the intricacies of Camorra and how it is structured. We are all each other's allies and worst enemies here. Towers of strength and duplicitous traitors both. The cults have always been half a step below the cabals in the hierarchy, and the witches relished the chance to abuse someone who once looked down on them. If our conversation is finished, I had no intention of ending my days playing the role of meat in the arena. And then you blithely offered me an alliance after what I'd done to you. Why? So our interests align, for now. The Dark City is the bastion of the Drukhari, the most magnificent of all our strongholds. The Cabals, witch cults, and the Incubi inhabit the place, with swarms of scourges flying overhead and a myriad of misfits and horrors, including the covens of the Homunculi wallowing underfoot. Which do you want to know about? The Cabals are the foundation upon which rests the power of the one who rules Camorra, Hasdrubal Vect. Whether it is a mob of berserkers or an organized cartel, their essence is the same. An army of killers, ready to ravage entire worlds at the behest of their leaders, or to rip out the throats of a neighboring cabal in a war declared by the Archons. What more do you need to know that you have not already beheld with your own eyes? They are the mistresses of the arenas, and they're the gladiators who feed the audience in their ravenous agony with exquisite spectacles. Cults often travel to real space on the Cabal's raids to revel in the pain and to capture fresh meat for their arenas. The aloof Incubi. They dedicate their lives to the art of killing, so much so that they do not plot or chase after delicious torment. All their hatred and longing for suffering are channeled toward perfecting their skill. Winged Drukhari, who have chosen to go through an agonizing process to become such a monstrosity. They escort raiding ships and inflict the first strike on the enemy. In Camorra, these creatures huddled in flocks so that they do not fall victim to the more formidable of their kin. Artists of the flesh who prefer to hide away in their laboratories and create nightmares from the materials their servants supply. Engines of pain, grotesques, racks, all are the fruits of their subtle craft. On a mountain of bodies, bathing in our enemies' tears and blood. Do not deceive yourself by thinking we will escape this place alive without violence. I, for one, hope that there will be plenty of it. But there is one unfortunate detail. An Arabenian has stepped into your path, one of Kegarak's tribe, who lurk in the tangle of the webway. I've heard them called harlequins in your tongue. The one that appeared in the Obsidian Court is the most dangerous and unpredictable of all. I'm beginning to think that his visit is a sign that the events unfolding around us have not been left to chance. Perhaps they are the result of interference at the behest of the highest authority. They have not, to my deepest regret. Perhaps it is I who should try to show some initiative now. Do not keep me waiting too long. My weapon is tired of languishing in its sheath.
Let us raise our cups at Fator. Fenris.
May these instructions protect the machine. May the filters of knowledge bestowed upon us by the machine. May your
For we are thy blades, washed in blood and darkness. We
You came back from the dark, Elentark? Unharmed. So is...
Lord Captain.
watches over us. Know your duty. Let us walk this path to the end. Just a minor setback. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. Let the faith guide my path to glory. The Divine watches over us. No suffering will make me forget his sacred words. Burn the heretic, kill the mutant, purge the unclean. Know your duty. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. cast you into eternal darkness.
I will fight if I must.
Another foe painted black. If I may.
Corpse play!
I challenge you, damn Get.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Predator does not become prey! Damage to Bulk.
Protect me.
Yeah.
I'll do what it takes.
I will not be deterred. Actions will let this be the warning to all who oppose us.
I'll return the pain tenfold.
May my wrath be thy undoing. The Emperor goes another step towards our ultimate victory. And so it shall be done. I will not be deterred. Actions will do have to be a warning to all who oppose us. Rejoice in service.
Feel the icy bite of death! 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 F
None can I will carve runes out of your bones! See how the wolf succeeds! Let me educate you on the art of pain. Wolves, my hand is thunder! My strike is ruin! Come, split!
I can hear her whisper.
By claw and fang, the foe will be torn asunder! This can't be over. So it shall. None can do this while the warrior of the All-Father. Ultimo. So shall it be in disgrace.
I can't lose.
My instincts tell me to refuse. A work for a flesh crafter.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. I cannot serve you in this way. Come, the other side awaits.
Heute gibt es eine andere bayerische Brotzeit-Spezialität, und zwar einen bayerischen Wurstsalat. Dazu habe ich jetzt gerade eine Wurst gekauft und war jetzt ein bisschen platt vom Preis her. Einmal einen halben Ring Leona im Angebot und einen ganzen Ring Stadtwurst. Und der ganze Spaß hat gekostet 17,86 € für einen Wurstsalat. Also die Leona war im Angebot, die kostet halb so viel wie die Regensburger oder die Stadtwurst. Also das kann man billiger haben. Qualität ist natürlich dann vielleicht was anderes, aber ein billiger Spaß wird das nicht mit dem Wurstsalat, aber das ist ja egal jetzt. Also äußerst einfach eigentlich das Rezept. Die Fleischwurst Leona oder noch besser Regensburger oder Stadtwurst wird in feine Scheiben geschnitten. Die ordinäre Version ist einfach alles in eine Schüssel schmeißen und durchmischen. Aber wenn das Auge mitessen soll, so biergartenmäßig oder restaurantmäßig, dann wird es aufs Teller aufgelegt. Was braucht man noch? Zwiebelscheiben. Sauber geschnitten, rot oder weiß, das ist egal. Jetzt brauchen wir den sogenannten Stand, also die Soße oder die, naja, wie soll man sagen, wo drüber kommt über den bayerischen Wurstsalat. Da brauchen wir erst ein bisschen Wasser, dann Essig, ein bisschen abschmecken, je nachdem wie sauer das man es will. So ist gut. Öl. Salz und viel Pfeffer. Pfeffer kann man nachher zum Garnieren nochmal drüber kriegen über die Wurstscheiben. Und den Stand, den gießt man nachher über die angerichtete Wurst. Wenn das Ganze aufgelegt ist mit den Zwiebeln und den Wurstringen, dann kommt also der Stand drüber, die Beize. Im Biergarten gibt es das halt meistens lose durcheinander geschmissen. Schaut nicht so schön aus. Das ist eher die Edelversion. Aber ohne Käse, ohne alles, klassisch bayerisch, einfach. Schweizer Wurstsalat ist wieder eine andere Geschichte, den mag auch nicht jeder. Oben drauf kommt jetzt nochmal gemahlener Pfeffer. Das Ganze lassen wir jetzt mindestens eine Viertelstunde stehen, dass es ein bisschen durchzieht, und dann ist schon fertig zum Essen. Der Wurstsalat ist jetzt gut durchgezogen, so eine Viertelstunde, 20 Minuten habe ich ihn stehen lassen, und das hat ein bisschen was Emotionales für mich, der Wurstsalat. Das war nämlich eins der Lieblingsessen von meinem Vater. Nur der hat ihn bei uns so aufgelegt, hat die mit einer Engelsgeduld und hat für uns alle immer den Wurstsalat gemacht. Deswegen denke ich halt speziell an meinen Vater, wenn ich den esse. Jetzt zeige ich euch, so schaut er fertig aus. Dazu gibt es ein Brezenstangerl oder man kann auch Brezen dazu essen oder Brot und ein alkoholfreies Weißbier, weil es ist ja jetzt erst 11:30. Kein Bier vor 18 Uhr, und jetzt lasse ich es mir richtig schmecken. Die Regensburger oder die Stadtwurst macht immer das besondere Plus. Es geht aber natürlich auch mit der ordinären Leona, wenn man in Bayern sagt Leona, Fleischwurst. Wenn ihr ein bisschen mehr ausgeben wollt, eine gute Regensburger vom Metzger, dann wird er doppelt so gut. Also jetzt probieren wir. Das Bierchen aufmachen, zum Runterschwimmen. Die Wurst war teuer, ist aber gedicht. Genau richtig Essig rein, richtig Öl rein, gut gewürzt. Und das harmoniert so richtig super zusammen. Diese Regensburger, in dem Fall rote Zwiebeln, Essig, Öl, Salz und Pfeffer, das ganze Geheimnis und ein bisschen Wasser. Der nachher wieder nicht aus dem Supermarkt. Da ist eine Kindersicherung drin. Brot am besten, das Scherzal nehmen wir mal nicht her. Also die Kruste vom Speck wird da erhitzt, so lange erhitzt, bis sich das Fett absondert. Und dann erstarrt es einfach wieder. Haben die Leute früher selber gemacht, die Hausfrauen oder bei Schlachtungen. Heute eher nur beim Metzger zu kriegen. So schaut es nachher aus. Weißes Schweinefett mit ganz kleine Breckerl drinnen, knusprige Breckerl. Und ich tue immer noch eine Prise Salz drauf. Ich habe es jetzt noch nicht probiert. Ein ganz bisschen Salz und einen frischen Pfeffer. Und jetzt bin ich saumäßig gespannt. Ich habe es nämlich lang nicht mehr gehabt, echt lang. Sehr würzig und auch das Schmalz schmeckt wie eben dieses Fett beim Schmalzfleisch, das sich absondert. Da sind noch kleine Stücke drin von dem Speck und der Haut.
Here's our 8 pieces of bacon. Seasoning in, although we're gonna have some natural as well. A little bit of vinegar. We're gonna go a cup of brown sugar. Here's about a cup and a half kidney beans. A little bit of salt. Now we're gonna cook.
Auch mit runter. Dann in Aspik eingegossen und obendrauf, das ist der Hammer, eine 1,5 cm Fleischsalatschicht. Machen wir das mal auf. Pfeffer habe ich mal. Das sage ich euch. Ist oben nochmal so ein Aluverschluss drauf. Eine Aspik. Dann machen wir mal ein bisschen Pfeffer drauf, weil Fleischsalat tue ich immer Pfeffer drauf. Klitscht und flitscht raus. Erst kommt der bombige Fleischsalatgeschmack. Und dann beißt man in den Galert rein mit dem Ei. Eine wunderbare Brotzeit.
Hunter-gatherer societies follow migrations of animals and seasons of harvest to acquire food. Since ancient times, people have also cultivated the earth and planted crops so they could provide themselves with a reliable food source without the need to move with the seasons. I cleared a small plot of land to grow a garden near my hut. A lot of work went into the preparation of the soil. I planted a few varieties of corn and squash. The seeds sprouted very nicely and everything seemed to be going well. But then, the varmints came, and the battle for control over the garden began. Hunter-gatherers The wild oaks produce an enormous amount of food each year. So do the various fruit-bearing trees like the wild cherry and mesquite trees. The wild foods are both tasty and nutritious and require absolutely no cultivation. A forager who knows the wild foods in an area is more free than the farmer tending to his crops all year. Now I am in the southern Sierra Nevada. These are usually good places to find trout. Invasive species in North America and elsewhere because sneak up on me. There it is, a bigger brown trout. In larger bodies of water, brown trout can grow to over 40 pounds. But this one that I caught is a good size for this creek. I can't resist a refreshing bath in this high elevation creek. Water straw I shared earlier in this video. listen to that sizzle.
Die Gefahr ist nicht so groß, dass er normale Nadel mit einem Zeit abzulagern, das Aroma aufzunehmen. Der Bluna kriegt, der andere natürlich was anderes.
Enkel Louis.
Tipps und Tricks, wie es meistens einfach.
Sieht dort wunderbar durchzogen. Man sieht da ganz dort intensiv ins Sägmehl rein. Nicht beim typischer
Rote Räucherfarbe angenommen. Auch hier weiß Erich Pfau, was der Schinken jetzt braucht.
So wie man das sieht, ist das Räuchermaterial.
Wenn Frank Pfau seine vom Auslösen der Knochen bis zum Fertig
Kommt ja nicht vom Magerfleisch, sowas kommt eigentlich vom Fett. Da mache ich jetzt Scheibe davon, so wie man es bei uns eigentlich traditionell festspart im Schwarzwald. Das heißt, daumendick wird so eine Scheibe runtergeschnitten. Man löst kurz die Schwarte unten weg, macht davon Streifen, man nimmt Finger zum Festbren und dann schmeckt es einfach wie früher. Schinken mit Speck.
Hat dir diese Handwerkskunst gefallen? Dann schreib uns deine Meinung zu.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
You came back from... So...
For we are thy we are... For we... I still remember our first meeting, Domin. Like it was yesterday. Every day I spent at the Temple of the Undying One. Every one of the Viscius lessons. Every soul I've ever ushered to the other side. Every death of my body and every revival. The web of my soul was unmade. Every time I died, I lost something important. Something intangible, until finally, there was only me. I am all that is left of Kibella. Now, a new web has been woven from the threads of the old. And though its pattern will never be the same, it still stores Kibella's memories. My memories. We are thy hound.
What a relief to be talking to you again. Your soul shines like the gold of the sun in the darkness of this place. Can words ever describe the joy of being free? As for the rest, don't worry about it. I am the blood of House Orcelio, its heiress, and I will overcome any ordeal to return us to the Expanse. It was real, Lord Captain. I must confess, I have been hounded by eerie strangers for many years. In my dreams, visions, and warp scryings, they try to reach me. They are tormented. They shout something I cannot make out. And one of those strangers, the most frightening one, is a woman who always stands aside and merely looks on in disapproval. Unlike the others, her image manifested itself more clearly each time. The refined features of her elderly face, the long white hair, the empty eye sockets glowing scarlet, and a third eye, the eye of a navigator. Once, in the middle of a warp voyage, the old woman dashed toward me and started strangling me. Praised be his mercy, for I was able to banish her to the fringes of my consciousness at that moment. However, that only angered the old woman. I began to see her ever more often, in shadows, at the edge of my vision, in my own reflection. And it was she, too, who waited for me in the darkness of the homunculus's cage. I know it for certain. Now, you know the last of my secrets, Lord Captain. Do you think I'm going insane? I had the same exact thoughts. But is that not a wild conjecture, even for a navigator? Or am I simply going insane? as unworthy scions of my family have. Somewhere in the middle of the Dark City, I suppose. They say the human mind cannot fathom the bounds of this place, for the Imperium's largest hives look like grains of sand in comparison. A webway gate built by the ancient Eldari is the only way in. I think you realize as well as I do what that means for us. There was only pitch darkness inside the Homunculus' artifact. But there is scarcely any more light in the streets of the Dark City, in whose blue-black haze I am almost blinded by pain. Clumps of brown and dark green blend with the settling ash of misery, all woven together in a tapestry of every shade of darkness. What do you mean, Lord Captain? Try not to squander that sky-blue fabric of hope, Lord Captain. For others' colors, too, lighten when they are close to you.
The Divine watches over us! Know your duty. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Let us walk this path to the end. Let the faith guide my path to glory. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. The Divine watches over us. Impure Xenos, I will drown you in your own screams.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. If I may,
I will do my duty. An exemplary strike. Gray hair, sure hair. Victory is imminent.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
As the tenets demand. As honor ordains, I would that I could. Trust me, let your soul be purged. Caught by the web.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed.
Is on the hunt. Feel the icy bite of
out of your bones! Our foes reek of cowardice. Feel the icy bite of death! Give this task to someone lesser.
Advancing. Running binaric override. I am a savant of destruction. Request approved. My vow is to serve. Running binaric override.
And so shall it be done. Let my fury rain down upon thee. I will not be deterred. And so shall it be done.
Emperor, give me strength. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
My blade whispers your name. I shall not fail. Trust me, let your soul be purged. The shadows will see it done. Caught by the web. As the tenets demand. I bring mercy and retribution. My blade whispers your name.
Pain and duty go hand in hand. It will be done. I took care of this one. For Von Valentius. At your beck and call. I'm not interested. Reduced to dust. Follow my lead. My place is at the fore. I will do my duty. Indeed. At your beck and call. That's not the Seneschal's job. I'd rather not. It will be done. At your beck and call. Indeed. My ears are ringing.
I hunger for battle. I challenge you, Damget! See how the we have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! Feel the icy bite of death!
I've suffered. Just a minor setback.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Beyond the science of mass equation, your life is a negligible variable. Request approved. Running binaric override.
Pain and duty go hand in hand. Brace yourself, Abelard.
Cubs play! So it shall be! Wolves roar and become the All-Father's worthy instrument! You bite like a pop!
Victory is imminent. It will be done. Not my worst day. Yet.
Your end is nigh. I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens.
I have read tomes of military tactics. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Actions will speak louder than words.
Watch it, you rusted, stinking sons of trolls! Messiah knows comprehends all. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
I shall not fail. As honor ordained. Trust me, caught by the web. As honor ordained, the blade whispers your name, as the tenets demand. The shadows. Trust me. Let your soul be purged.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I can't allow myself to do this. Rejoice! The more corrupt way has failed you. words mean nothing to me, for I speak the language of the retribution. The sound of frightened prey tantalizing.
Die Idee kam mir, Olaf, Tatsache im Knast. Ich habe von einem Döner geträumt. Es ist Alarm, Döner-Alarm.
Basta.
Einmal die Hand waschen. Also das Kabel ist immer halt tausstellen müsste ich. So.
Ich habe gesehen, da hast du die Olsenbande und Bud Spencer und Terence Hill.
Das ist halt meine Kindheit, war. Kabel 1, damals mit Papa immer Bud Spencer und Terence Hill geguckt. Die Olsenbande ist halt von meinem verstorbenen Onkel noch, der aus Dänemark kam. Der hat das meinem Papa gezeigt, mein Papa hat es mir gezeigt und Olsenbande halt. Heutigen Filme oder Darstellungen, die sind halt zu extrem. Aber die sind halt so bodenständig, die sind halt so cool gewesen und deswegen bis heute, wenn ich irgendwo das sehe, dann schalte ich nicht weiter, sondern gucke mir das weiter an. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Und wir beginnen den Tag. Vorsicht! Hoppala. Vorsicht! Oh, Freiheit, Freiheit. Das ist schön warm hier, du hast sehr warm hier drin.
Warum hast du dir einen eigenen Knast jetzt eigentlich gebaut?
Ja, weil der Imbiss heißt die Zelle und ich wollte dem Motto treu bleiben. Ich wollte einfach aus dieser Luke Menschen Essen geben. Oder halt hier zwischen Menschen Döner geben. Das ist halt Haftschaden, würde ich sagen. Ist halt so. Jetzt gerade ist der Döner durch. Was unseren Imbiss auch sehr besonders macht, ist, wir versuchen für jeden Gast, irgendwie das so zu machen, wie er es gern mag. Weil manche Leute mögen halt eckiges Brot, manche mögen es rund, manche mögen nur Tomaten, manche mögen nur Gurken. Also wir versuchen schon wirklich auf jeden Kunden einzugehen oder Gast. Und ja, das macht auch unser Imbiss sehr besonders, finde ich. Jetzt machen wir auch die karamellisierten Zwiebeln. Sieht mein Freund.
Ich danke dir.
Ich dir. Danke auch.
Ich habe hier in Polen, hat er gesagt, es gibt etwas Neues. Und dann habe ich halt das sind diese Chips. Und man so, okay.
Eine schöne Serviette als Anzug. So, die Dame.
Dankeschön.
Bitteschön. Brauchst du auch eine Gabel oder irgendwas? Serviette?
Nein,
Okay.
Es geht so, danke.
Guten Appetit. Danke dir auch. So. Ich mach die Chips klein, dass es schön auf die Gabel kommt, ja? Super.
Kann schon fahren?
10 dann bitte. Unser TikTok-Kanal oder woher wusste?
Ja, ja, das ist da 2
Fehlen. Soßen, das passt alles perfekt. Mit Pommes Geschmack. Diese Chips mit Käse, einfach zu empfehlen, meiner Meinung nach.
Übrigens gehen raus an Mr. Petty.
Wir sind auch wirklich beste Döner.
Isst du hier auch ab und zu?
Ab und zu nicht immer. Aber der ist in der Woche 3-mal hier. Was, Osman? 3-mal. 3-mal in der Woche esse ich mein Döner hier.
Jetzt viele Stamm.
Bismillah. Bismillah. Ach, wird so.
Dankeschön.
Bitteschön. So geht's nicht weiter.
Das ist ein richtiger Döner.
Was muss trinken?
Halt schmecken.
Judged and found wanting. And so shall it be done.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If only that were possible. Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
None can do this. Feel the icy bite of death!
If I may. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
So it shall be. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. In disgrace. Your last stroke of luck.
As honor ordains. I shall not fail. Trust me. Caught by the web.
You call this a strike?
As honor ordains. My blade whispers your name. Caught by the web.
Is that all you've got?
I'll show
Rejoice in service. And so shall it be done. The Emperor commands. Rejoice in service.
Activating calculated fury algorithm. And value. Running binary override. My vow is to serve. Request approved. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binary override.
I'll show you the real blade whispers your name.
At your beck and call. Indeed. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. An exemplary strike. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
It will be done. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
That is foolishness. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
See! Feel the icy bite of death! Wolves! Thunder! My a warrior of the All-Father! Feel the icy bite of death! So it's...
Your skill is lacking.
The fame-hungry come!
The shadows were caught by the web. Let your soul be purged. As the tenet's light blade whispers your name. Trust me. I shall not fail. Let your soul be purged. Trust me. Death is a blessing.
Your skill is lacking.
May the Divine's will be done. Let my fury rain down upon thee. Actions will speak louder than words. Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred.
Manageable. Request approved. Combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
This can't be.
A tactically sound approach. Grey hair, sure hair. Indeed. One fewer target.
We are bound by the blood of masses. Was that supposed to be a challenge? Let us walk this path to the end. The holy Xenocide is its own reward.
Oh, don't dare to disappoint me.
Bitte, auf jeden Fall mal. Echt lecker. Lass dich schmecken. Richtig gut, der Unglaublich.
Also, wie bitte? Bist du auch öfter hier?
Ja, ab und zu. So 2-3 Mal im Monat. Man macht nichts Falsches damit.
Ja, Kann bei dir Döner oder Döner?
Döner. Ich nehme einen Döner.
Manche Leute muss man zu seinem Glück zwingen.
Einmal Räucher. Immer ein bisschen scharf rein. Ganz wenig.
Und ohne Zwiebeln.
Ja, Zwiebeln. Guck mal. Ganz schön, bitteschön. Lecker aus, oder?
Bist du auch öfters hier? Also nicht nur zum Schieben, sondern auch...
Wir kommen öfters hier bei der Zelle vorbei. Bei der Zelle.
Rösteten Semmelbrösel und der Käse.
E poi il formaggio.
Lecker.
40 Kilometer westlich von Cairano erstreckt sich das Hochplateau Verteglia. Hier weiden die Podolica-Rinder von Felice Moscariello.
Schon von weitem höre ich eine Kuh und ich kann Ihnen sagen, wie diese Kuh heißt. Könnten wir die Glocken nicht hören, würden wir die Tiere beim Zusammentreiben in den Wäldern nicht finden.
Die Podolica-Rinder wurden früher als Arbeitstiere eingesetzt. Sie sind robust und anpassungsfähig. Heute werden ihr Fleisch und ihre Milch in der Küche genutzt. Die Rinder mögen das freie Leben.
Es sind Tiere, die immer draußen in der Wildnis leben, ob Tag oder Nacht, bei Regen oder Schnee. Sie sind immer draußen, in den Bergen, auf offenen Weiden. Die Podolica-Kuh macht alles alleine. Sie entscheidet, wann der richtige Zeitpunkt für die Paarung ist und bringt ihre Kälber allein zur Welt. Wir schreiten nur in extremen Fällen ein. Aber nicht mit dem Tierarzt. Wir sind der Tierarzt. Ich habe sogar einen Kaiserschnitt mit meinen eigenen Händen durchgeführt.
Sie sorgt auch selbst für ihre Nahrung. Nur selten hilft Felice mit etwas Heu nach. Während der Kastanienernte müssen die Kühe ihre Runden im Wald einschränken und auf die braunen Früchte verzichten. Felice pflegt gute Beziehungen zu den benachbarten Bauern. Eine Notwendigkeit in einer Kultur, die auf gegenseitiger Hilfe beruht. Heute wird den Kühen ihre Mahlzeit auf der Wiese serviert. Industriefutter bleibt für die Podolicas ein Tabu.
Diese Kühe können schon mal 20, 22 Jahre alt werden. Die Kühe im Stall sind nach 3, 4, 5 Jahren fertig. Sie werden einfach wegen der Milch ausgebeutet.
Zum langen Leben dieser Kühe trägt auch ihr Bewegungsdrang bei.
Sie läuft an die 15 Kilometer am Tag. Sie sind Weltreisende. Wenn man sie loslässt, laufen sie dorthin, wo man sie am wenigsten erwartet. Wenn man die Tiere einschließt, leiden sie, wie ein Mensch im Gefängnis.
Sohn Massimo führt den Familienbetrieb mit. Bald wird er sich mit seinem Vater und der Herde auf den Weg nach Apulien machen, zu den frischen Weiden an der Küste, wo sie überwintern werden. Der mit 60er Felice muss nun die Kühe für die Reise auf die Winterweiden vorbereiten. Noch vor 70 Jahren gab es in Irpinien um die 50 Züchter, die die Wanderweidewirtschaft, die Transhumans, betrieben haben. Heute sind es nur noch 5. Auf der 105 Kilometer langen Reise wird die Herde von der Leitkuh geführt. Die mit der dicksten Glocke.
Die Reise dauert 3 Tage. Das hängt auch vom Wetter ab. Bei schlechtem Wetter sind es sogar 4. Da, wo die Tiere anhalten wollen, halten auch wir an.
Im kommenden Juni werden die Tiere die ganzen 105 Kilometer zurücklaufen.
Ich habe meine erste Reise zu den Sommer- und Winterweiden, die Transhumans, mit 11 Jahren gemacht. Ich war in der 5. Klasse, habe meinen Vater zum ersten Mal begleitet. Er nahm mich an die Hand, denn ich war noch ein Kind. Komm, wir sind gleich da, noch ein bisschen. Alles zu Fuß. 50 Jahre lang. Wie viele Reisen macht es? Und wie viele Kilometer? Rechnen Sie nach. 105 Kilometer hin und 105 Kilometer zurück. 50 Jahre lang. Wie viele Kilometer sind das? Viele.
In Montella, 15 Kilometer vom Hochplateau Verteglia entfernt, beherbergt Felice seinen Schatz. Eine Sammlung von Kuhglocken und reichlich Caciocavallo, Käse aus der Milch seiner Tiere. Nachbar Antonio Pisaniello ist Koch und bekannt für seine moderne Interpretation lokaler Produkte. Aber auch die alten Gerichte der Tradition Irpiniens.
Der Kastanienbaum wurde aus 2 Gründen gepflanzt. Erstens wurde er als Holz für den Bau von Häusern.
Zuncelli erinnert an die bekanntere Pizza Calzone. Eine herzhaft gefüllte
mit Hilfe der Hunde unter der Erde.
Gutes Olivenöl und Salz. Das bringt Glück, wenn man es über die Schulter wirft. Das ist der Salat nach Bagnoli-Art. Der Trüffel aus Irpinien hat ein sehr intensives Aroma und er ist reich an Phenolsäuren. Wenn man ihn reibt, verbreitet er diese Eckigkeit und Kantigkeit, die auch uns eigen ist. Der schwarze Trüffel von Bagnoli ist ein richtiger Bewohner Irpiniens. Mario, es geht los. Das ist deins.
So, turns out eating only plants doesn't always mean you'll be slim. Sometimes it just means you're a healthy, chunky vegetarian. This shiny little chunk in the video is a bamboo rat, and its main food is, you guessed it, bamboo. But even with that leafy diet, it can grow up to 5 or 6 pounds. Bamboo rats are rodents that live mostly in bamboo forests across Asia. To chew through those tough stalks, they've got 2 super powerful front teeth. These teeth never stop growing, so if they don't gnaw on hard stuff regularly, their teeth can get too long and make it hard to eat. That's why breeders sometimes have to trim them. Even though their name says bamboo, these guys eat way more than just that. They love roots, fruits, crops, basically anything plant-based. A single bamboo rat can eat food equal to 15% of its own body weight each day. That's some serious snacking. So if you're out in the wild and see a bamboo shoot bending down, yep, it's probably this chubby little dude having a feast. So, turns out eating only plants doesn't always mean you'll be slim. Sometimes it just means you're a healthy, chunky...
Finally, after years of gathering ingredients, and upon the night of the blue moon, we are ready to summon the great Razul Danar. We need only place the final few ingredients to the summoning circle. Dust of a virgin pixie, seed of gnome, and of course a squirt of lemon.
Who has summoned the great Razul Danar?
Well, we have great Razul, and we offer gifts. A virgin for sacrifice.
I thought this was a board game night.
A virgin for pleasure.
Okay.
And a golem of flesh, stitched from the body parts of virgins.
Fucking kill me! Yes, very good. But as you know, to be free of this circle, I must grant you one wish. What do your hearts desire?
Yes, of course. We wish for...
More virgins! We are gold!
Kill all no!
You roll!
No, you only get one wish. Let's just...
Silence! You know why we're here. Lord Snake Tongue wishes to free the imprisoned Master of Darkness, leader of our order. He was prophesied to bring upon the era of ruin.
No, fuck that! We want virgins!
I want rotting vibration!
Wait, do you You just summoned me to free someone else? It's so offensive.
Stabilize the house party.
So what are you up to later, Cal? I'm busy.
Infinite power! Infinite gnome semen!
Now,
The strength and demands will bring back our master!
please fuck me! No one dishonors the great Razul Danar! You shall burn beneath my blood! No
Snake Dog, what's all this racket? What did I say about having friends over after midnight? Did you take my crown and then back, Snake Dog, back? Finally, after years of gathering ingredients and a...
My dad's here.
Papa, Papa.
Daddy?
Your dad's here.
My dad's here.
No more misbehaving, you two
Supposed
on
to
the
say-
end. You're supposed to say or else you're going to go to bed without your dinner.
No, about dessert.
Straight up to bed. No dessert. No computer.
We read new story.
No. You're no, if you're good.
Sorry, father. Should I call it? Should I call it Bonjolint?
I just didn't expect. I didn't have a plan for what to do if you were actually well behaved. I just assumed you were going to be poorly behaved.
Sometimes you have to be a little bit naughty to be nice.
Is that what they say?
Yeah.
I guess that means Zoe is doughy right now because detective.
Well, no, she's
I'm a
Bowie.
paladin specifically.
She's a paladin. She's Bowie.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Can we stop messing with my name?
I'm pretty doughy, honestly, after the last year of staying inside.
It's not a bad thing.
It happens.
Lewis is thick now. You should see him. We have
Let's
to
not
widen all
go
the
out.
doors
Let's not go out.
in the Yog office. That's really what happened.
You found your own
I
now.
found some.
Bob, bought me a cookie. You ready to stream
What?
after us? You got your makeup on.
Oh my
Hello.
god, thank you.
I don't have a cookie for you, brother, so don't do
He's very
Feeling
kind
better.
of you, thank you. Thank you for thinking of me and not getting me a cookie. Well, much appreciated, Boba.
If my calculations are incorrect,
Yeah.
that means it's you.
Well, luckily they are correct, right?
Mhm. You fucker.
Oh, the silent. Everyone was holding their breath there.
The tall grass.
He stalked you in the tall grass like a lion,
Sleek
chasing a lone, sickly elk.
What the hell, Lewis?
Why is she sickly?
What's sickly about me?
I forgot what animals lions hunt.
Gazelle.
A gazelle.
mostly.
That's
Okay.
yeah. Elk. Gazelle.
Gazelle.
Gazelle. This is wild.
Lewis, no.
Brains.
Lewis.
Oh, it's not me.
He's a
Where are you?
zombie. No, it's a boba zombie.
I'm Lewis. I'm Lewis.
You thought I
You
was
look like
me?
Lewis for a second there.
Shut up! Shut up!
Wow.
That's what you say.
That is what I say, actually. Shut up. Ow!
It's my favorite.
Oh, fuck.
So let's go.
Wait, why's Boba first? She didn't do the tutorial.
Oh, you've got to do the
Oh no,
tutorial
we can all do the tutorial if you want.
We all get to enjoy the tutorial.
Or you could press add tutorial. You should probably. I mean, you didn't look like you knew what you were doing at all there, Boba, but
What?
you can't even end the tutorial.
Yes, I could have, but you changed your mind, so I changed my mind too.
Fine, I want to see you do this. You're probably the worst.
What?
Wow.
I woke up
That's a
early
bit
to play
harsh. You look
sports
the
with
least
you.
sporty of the three of us. Just saying.
Excuse me, just this body's not built for sports, but that doesn't matter. This body's
It
built
is.
for
It is competitive eating.
cookies. Okay. I think
Maybe
we're
you could say
about
something
there.
nice, like you'd make a good horse jockey or something.
Cooking.
I like a horse.
I'm only casually trash talking Boba. I don't need no tutorial.
What could
Watch Lewis
possibly go
lose.
wrong?
There's a lot of people just shocked by the mention of Lewis being sporty. It's like, no, no.
Just because I look sporty doesn't mean I am sporty, chair.
You've seen the bathtub pigs.
Anyone could buy his shorts.
I've got the frame though of like an athlete, very skinny.
You seem like the
I did
perfect
not
road runner.
expect you to say athlete.
Rejoice in service. Your defiance is futile. Actions will you have been judged and found wanting. I will tear your heart out for this. Let me educate you on the art of pain. Just a minor setback. A work for a fleshcraft eye. Bring agony. When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed!
The shadows will see it done. Death comes in silence. Caught by the web, let your soul be purged. As the tenants demand, let your soul be purged.
Wolves reign. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument!
A waste of blood.
Thunder!
What is done
My
cannot be
strike
undone.
is ruin! Corpse I will carve runes out of your bones! You on the art of pain. Wolves reign! My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin! Fenris shoulder! Die in disgrace! You refuse to bow. The wolf is on the hunt. None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father! I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! You've unleashed my fury.
I will do my duty. Grey hair, sure have.
To you.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
Is here.
It will be done. I'm not interested. Victory is imminent. Indeed. At your beck and call.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Advancing. I venerate you, machine spirits. Running binary code vulnerability analysis. Successful. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. My vow is to serve. A born predator does not become prey!
I'll show you the real pain.
Skytia, my Karamite hind is strong!
Your misery is my treat.
Let them tremble. I'll tear your heart out with it up to break. Is that all you've got?
I have read tomes of military tactics. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent. It will be done. That's not the Seneschal's job. We'll rule the stars themselves. Once you are done. At your beck and call, an exemplary strike. I took care of this one. It will be done. Reduced to dust.
What a pleasure.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may.
I will carve runes out of your bones! The Emperor commands! Your defiance is futile! This is beyond me. I will not be deterred. You will pay for this in blood. Rejoice in service. Your last stroke of luck.
Caught by the web. I shall not fail. Trust me, my blade whispers your name. Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. The other side awaits. As on ordains. As the tenets demand.
You call this a strike?
As honor ordains. Killing brings me no pleasure. The shadows will succumb. The other side awaits. I shall not fail. I am your blade and shield. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Wolves die in disgrace!
My revenge will be delectable.
Cubs play. I don't like that. Wolves reign. I will carve roots out of your bones. See how the wolf succeeds? by claw and fang, the foe will be torn asunder! Die in disgrace!
Follow my lead.
My spirit fades. Know your duty. Let the faith guide my path to glory. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Just as I was taught.
Over there.
Let us walk this path to the end. Silent flesh! Know your duty. The Divine watches over us. we shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. I need to look closer. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Spatters of hot blood on your face, a blade sinking gently into flesh, prey trembling in your hands. Does it not stimulate your senses, Slayer?
What stimulates me is this question. Could you still serve the Domin if you had no tongue?
My success was inevitable.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded. The machine gun grants me insight. Error. Making adjustments. Shameful failure. Breeding damage to Volk. Pain of this mortal flesh beats nothing. A reward. This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. Know your duty.
I can cut your eyelids for you to see better.
My knowledge has its limits.
Blood is my life. Death is my duty. There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
My frail organics require this.
I will mend the thread between body and soul.
We function as one.
There is life in you yet. Use it wisely.
Integrity factor increased.
This is out of the ordinary.
Operation successful.
Let us walk this path to the end. Blessed is von Valencia's bloodline. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. The Emperor gave me a vision. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
The machine door runs the inside.
I need to look closer.
There is only death. Yours or mine. I will not die in dishonor.
This is out of the ordinary.
Well, well. The meat from the arena decided to stay close to the crowd so as not to become another's prey.
The only reason why you were not ripped to pieces is because the
Monkey?
The Emperor gave me a vision.
This explorator is blessed.
Do I need to point it out for you?
My success is an irrefutable certainty. Does not become prey!
I need to look closer.
What torments you?
Reading damage to bulk.
You will pay an even greater price.
Stay faithful, and you will be rewarded.
Spill no tears for me, Isha.
Let us walk this path.
The All-Father created me for carnage, not for this. Heavy is the gate of the wolf. This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
This is out of the ordinary.
Error. Making adjustments.
Let the faith guide my path to
I
glory.
got sight of something.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. I need to look closer.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
grants me insight.
Know your duty. Impure Xenos, I will drown you in your own screams.
We are called to battle.
I'm ready.
Lewis
You've
is-
seen what's under this
You've got the
shirt.
frame of an anemic gamer.
Oh, jeez. I've got the frame of someone who has left my bedroom in 3 years. That's right.
I died on purpose. I wanted to see Lewis in the swimming pool.
What?
When you die, there's a picture of Lewis in a swimming pool.
Oh, there is, yeah.
Is it a hot tub or is it swimming?
Watch out, Rams! Well, when you're in it, Lewis, it's a hot tub.
Nice. You guys can come back. This is nice. This is a nice group. I think it's still
Duncan's in the toilet.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Bo Bruce is the fan art that you drew when you were a Yog fan.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
I love how you said "were."
When you were, she's no longer.
Yeah, I know.
Back in the day.
That was 2010, 12 years ago, Lewis.
Can you make some new
12
fan
years.
art for like?
That's before I was born.
Oh my god.
No, it was not. I didn't even say that. Oh my god. Christ.
Where's your fan art, Shadow? Huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Where's your qualifications to be here?
I have to
What
draw
have you ever done?
Oh no, you've been rumbled.
I'll send you a few prompts from my fan fiction that I also
I'll have
wrote.
them ready for next week.
Okay.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Lewis and Simon are kissing.
Oh no.
I did not write any fan fiction. I did not.
So creative.
Oh my god.
Brave.
That'll be
Brave.
I thought you were reading that directly out.
See, no, that's just a note that I've got on my desk.
What's the sound?
We need to find the part with Daff, where Daff gets a Christmas tree at the back of his head.
So just call me fat in this one. I changed my mind too.
Fine, I want to see you do this. You're probably the worst.
Okay.
You look the least sporty of the three of us.
Excuse me.
Fuck its ass.
It
is competitive eating.
Cookies! You said my body was built for competitive eating, Lewis.
What's wrong with
forgot
this
you said
guy?
that.
Horse jockey or something.
Cooking.
I like a horse. Just one. Ate the rest of them.
I'm only.
He was out
I'm
of
only
it.
messing. I'm only kidding.
I'm only joking.
Dig myself out of that hole quick.
Look at you, Lewis.
No.
What's going on here?
Carl, what's going on here? My son, my proud son. Oh, look at my son. He's such a beautiful boy. And my daughter's here as well. The whole family. Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Me and my son and my daughter. Family photo.
I don't remember what the fuck we were thinking.
Three of us. Here we are. Over only 4-year-old. Look at her. Oh, and who's this? It's the mother. It's okay, it's Big Mama. Mama's mother. There we go.
It's my mother.
It's me and my wife, my son and my daughter. Gosh, so proud of them.
I'm doing programming. Remember, Lewis, yesterday you told me to have brain food for breakfast.
What did you have?
I had my other half of a cheeseburger I had from last night. So if my
We
brain
live
is
such
sluggish.
shitty
You had a banana. That's
I had a banana
brain
this morning.
food.
That's well, you said to me to make sure I had a banana, and I said to you to make sure you had a banana. But obviously, you
I
had
don't. I
half a
couldn't
cheeseburger.
find one. I didn't have any.
There's some in the office.
Lewis, what if you get disappointed that I get stumped very quick?
On the tutorial level. So put it on there.
Yeah.
No, put it on the other one.
On this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, and Oh. I guess the cheeseburger wasn't the choice.
The cheeseburger is seeping through your brain and
The
making
glue
you
of the
hopeless at games.
cheese has stuck my neurons together, or whatever they are.
So this is the coding part.
What's he need? No. Yes? He needs
Yeah.
to go there. Okay, hold on. Get rid of this. Cancel. Wait. hold on.
What's up?
Just, I've got to go here, I think, and then drag code here. Stop. Pick. Oh fuck. Okay, hold on. Pick up at W.
Yeah.
And then, because I can't do anything until he starts moving.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason. Okay, so he has to pick up at W.
Yeah.
And he has to
Come on, Boba.
drop off at
You can do this.
S.
Yes.
And let's try it. Okay. He's gonna do it. I'm helping.
You're doing it.
I did it!
Okay. I could see the cogs. It's like
You see the cheese stuck in them.
see the wheels running in your brain.
Boba, I've got your detonator. Tell me something to not blow you up.
You're my favorite boss. I take it back.
I have to do this. I have to do this, and I'm sorry.
RT
There we go.
stuff.
There we go. I'll take a bogey. I'll take a bogey.
Borgie.
Grolf with Borgie.
I could
Oh
eat
no.
a Borgie right now.
A what?
We could have a competitive Borgie eating competition.
What the hell is a borging?
A Borgie.
A burger.
Yeah.
But you
Oh.
call it a borgie.
Oh Jesus! All
Is that
right.
not your thing?
Competitive.
I thought that was your thing, Boba.
I cannot competitive eat. I eat like half of something and I'm done.
Competitive eating just seems kind of rough. Like you see those ones where it's like the 20-pound steak and it's like bigger than their head.
You
It
see,
just sounds torturous.
at first I was offended that you said I was built for competitive eating. Then I remembered everybody that eats competitive is freakishly skinny.
That's true.
So,
Technically a compliment.
there's not going to be a Lewis calls everyone fat during Jingle Jam compilation because you did it to Simon the other day.
I said he was a big lad.
You did. You said, "Oh, you're a
That's
very
not a
lovely
compliment.
man," and you said, "Oh, you're a big lad."
This year for Jingle Jam, like Lewis is just an asshole. Like I don't know what's going on.
Could be a very good compliment.
There's a
Yeah,
big
ooh,
lad. I
you're a
do
big
fancy
lad.
a big lad.
I'm getting whiplash
Help Lewis.
in real life.
Help me.
Oh my fucking god, Boba, you maniac! Ozzy, listen up. Boba tried to open a pit, but to me to fall in, but she fell instead. That is one of the funniest things I have seen in ages.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you did it.
What the hell?
Come in.
Who's
what is it?
knocking?
Oh, he's bought some actual.
Some brain food.
Thank you, Daff. Wow, holy crap.
What we got like caramel
Didn't realise
stuff.
this is the secret stash. There's a Twix.
Okay.
There's a Flake.
Okay.
There's some jelly tots. Boba.
What's a jelly tot?
We got. It's like a little. You'll see. It's crunchies. We got a picnic,
Okay.
a Yorkie, and some. Is this the secret stash that Daff's been
The
keeping hidden
buttons?
from us?
What's a jelly boy? Jelly,
jelly tot.
child? What's a jelly tot?
A jelly tot.
I know what a jelly baby
Here you
is.
go, have a look. They've got little faces.
I'm gonna try one. I need this. We're onto a very complicated code, so I need a jelly tot. This is not an ad. Unless jelly tots.
I think you went for one of the worst ones there.
The green.
Yeah.
Its flavor is green.
It's not flavour.
Mmm. Good
Yeah.
thing I love snot. Okay.
They don't actually have faces on No Chat, but they've got a little face on the eye on the front, which is quite a cute little face.
If I do this, pick up at D.
I'll have a blackcurrant one.
Blackcurrant is very good. I eat as much as I can
Oh, that's nice.
when I'm here, because we're not allowed
They're like
to
fruit
them.
pastels. You're right. They actually are like fruit pastels.
Wait for W.
Have you had a fruit pastel?
Yes. They're softer though than I pointed because I thought the bag was still here. They're softer than fruit pastels.
They are a bit. They're also vegan, says John Basher. I didn't check. I should check. I just assumed they were.
Pick up at D.
We are. Young children,
Drop
less than
at
4 years old,
S.
could choke on small sweets. Don't feed these to.
They
Who are
could.
they aimed at, then?
They could though. They're letting you know that there's a
Oh, right.
risk, but it's not for sure.
Apparently, that's because young children less than 4 years old are not very good at chewing.
I did it, Lewis.
I guess a jelly tot is like
How many? Well, they got little tiny little
perfect
teeth.
size to like choke a child.
Yeah, they have little hands on them.
Yeah.
The jelly tots.
They stuff them in their mouth as well, like loads of them.
Yeah, they don't know how to slow down. Hold shift to speed up time. Hold Z.
I'm just saying, I wonder how many children have died to the jelly tot. You know?
There's gotta be a
how many times has-
statistic somewhere. You know what's really good is doing this and also having an active conversation about jelly tots.
Stay away from all props. That was nowhere near me!
Stay away from all props, he says.
That was such a big explosion. I thought I was way safe from that.
You silly bean. What is this room? Oh, never mind. Didn't bring you in here on purpose, Duncan.
Why are you taking Duncan's body away?
I just,
Over?
I didn't want anyone to do anything weird with it.
What? What? But what? What do you
they
mean? Like
bring
what?
him back or something. Like res him, but make him evil.
Is that what you're doing right now?
No, I hid him safely.
Mm-hmm. Where is he hidden?
Wouldn't you like to know, you hypnotist?
I'm the detective.
Oh, I can tell you then. I put him in the showers, and then I got embarrassed that he might think I was taking him on some kind of weird date.
That works out, right? Yeah.
Alright.
That would be a weird date.
Look, this looks like a... Hold on, R. This looks like a man with a winkus, doesn't it? This is his winkus.
Boba. Boba. Patrick's probably watching.
Patrick, put the winkus in there!
Patrick wasn't thinking of a winkus when you... Patrick probably doesn't have a mind like that. He's an innocent game developer
Is
who
he
just
though?
made a nice block-pushing game. Give you a clue, the solution is the same as last time, yeah.
Put it in the winkus. Heck.
Use the winkus. Make use...
Oh gosh, it looks evil. I'm sorry, Patrick.
Boba, for fuck's sake.
I'm sorry.
This is the least sexual game we've ever played.
I can't help it. It's abstract, Lewis.
You let your imagination fill in the blanks.
Yes. Don't tell Patrick, chat.
Over. We're 5 minutes in. Oh, this is supposed to be a brain stream for big brain individuals.
Yes. I've got a big brain, but I just use it for think about winkus.
That's true.
Actually adds 2 minutes of anything.
Adds 2
That was
minutes.
Perfect practice run.
Nice shot.
And a good
Nice
shot.
shot. She's telling me nice shot, and
It's gonna go in the sand. It's gonna go in the sand.
Oh, it's very possible.
It's a very
Oh, it's
patronizing.
very-
Like, wow, nice shot there.
Nice
In the
shot,
rough.
By the big
idiot.
grass.
It's so mean.
Big grass and
The wee narrator is a sassy bitch.
the wienerator.
Whatever.
I like
What's she
that
called?
word. Wienerator.
The Switch.
Switchy Susan.
How do I say that?
Switchy Susan.
Switchy Susan.
My favorite Nintendo character, you know.
Wee narrator.
I am
That's
the
my competitive
Viennator.
eating name.
Give me your hot dogs.
Oh, well done, Boba. That's great. Boba.
Hello.
Howdy.
Howdy. Howdy.
Howdy all. Howdy, folks.
Lewis, has anyone ever told you you have a moose knuckle?
Oh, is that like a camel toe?
Kind of, but
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah.
It's when one ball goes on either side.
Wow. That is nice. That
Free
is
the
nice.
balls is what I see.
Yeah. I don't think you should be looking up down there or up there.
You
Depends.
put it in my face.
Don't tell her.
He has no
Bob
choice.
was always looking. Like the other week, I was like, freeing my balls a bit, and Boba was like, "I saw that, Ravs."
Oh yeah, when we were walking, you did the
Yeah.
one leg shake, and I knew what that meant.
Yeah,
How are you so in
sometimes they get-
touch?
yeah. I don't
They
know.
get tangled.
She knows all the secrets. Who told her all the secrets?
I don't know how she knew. Like,
These
I
are,
thought that was
these
a
are
sign.
men's things.
Ravs,
Yeah.
you were wearing shorts. We all saw your balls hanging out.
But watch, time isn't real. I learned that from Interstellar. That's my favorite movie.
Wow. Big inspiration for this game as well, I think.
You know what?
It's just like one of those.
Love is
Das ist verdammt hoch.
Da muss man weiter klettern.
Okay.
Bisschen scary.
Also das ist schon ekelhaft, hier rumzuklettern.
Ja, weil der Stein einfach so brüchig ist und man da leicht abrutschen könnte.
Geht's da durch?
Es ist eng, aber da kommt man rein. Ja, da geht's weiter. Okay.
Und weg ist er.
Oi, oi, oi.
Das ist der riesige Raum. Oh, da geht's aber rauf. Sieht nach der idealen Kletter-Challenge aus. Oh, Bro, das ist scary. Oh, ich seh nix. Das ist schon Auge.
Oh ja. Yes.
Wow. Oh, ja, ja. Wow, okay, das sieht gut aus. Yes.
Boah.
Ja.
Autsch.
Wehtun muss es.
Ah.
Gebiet hier in Kappadokien ja mit solchen Festungen durchzogen. Es soll hier aber auch Untergrundstädte geben und genau so eine wollen wir uns anschauen. Das heißt, es geht für uns direkt unterirdisch weiter.
Bis gleich.
So Leute, wir befinden uns direkt bei der nächsten Location und zwar soll sich wirklich unter unseren Füßen direkt hier eine der größten Untergrundstädte auf der Welt befinden und genau die wollen wir jetzt gleich wegexploren.
Die Stadt hat 8 Stockwerke, ist ein wirkliches Labyrinth aus klaustrofobischen Gängen und anderen spannenden Passagen. Wir haben da gestern schon einen potenziellen Einstieg ausgekundschaftet. Keine Ahnung, ob es da reingeht, aber ich würde sagen, wir checken es einfach direkt mal ab. In dem Sinne, los geht's.
Und man sieht hier überall schon diese Löcher, die in den Erdboden führen. Alles potenzielle Einstiege. Aber wir haben einen Einstieg entdeckt, der auf jeden Fall vielversprechend aussah. Und ich hoffe mal, dass wir über den wirklich in diese eigentliche Stadt gelangen. Aber ihr seht, hier sind überall diese Löcher. Daumen drücken, dass das jetzt klappt. Das Besondere ist, dass von diesen 8 Stockwerken, die diese Untergrundstadt besitzt, nur 4 davon wirklich touristisch genutzt werden. Die anderen 4 sollen wirklich unberührt sein und genau die wollen wir eben heute unter die Lupe nehmen. Und da in dieser kleinen, unscheinbaren Höhle befindet sich jetzt dieser potenzielle Einstieg von gestern. Pedro war da schon ein Geschoss unten. Ich wollte mich nicht aufspoilern und bin oben geblieben. Also es sagt, das sah auf jeden Fall schon wild aus.
Ich mag gar nicht so viel aufspoilern. Ich würde sagen, wir schauen da jetzt direkt hin.
So. Also hier liegt eigentlich nicht viel außer Müll und Schutt. Aber genau hier um die Ecke soll es jetzt wirklich reingehen. Also das ist ja wirklich ein unscheinbarer Eingang.
Ich habe da echt Hoffnungen, dass das wirklich reinführt. Die Untergrundstadt hat auf jeden Fall ein eigenes Luftsystem, aber zur Sicherheit würde ich sagen, schalten wir trotzdem den Gasmesser ein.
Boah, sieh ich mal den Gang an. Also wenn der jetzt wirklich 8 Stockwerke runterführt, dann aber Halleluja. Ich hoffe echt, da gibt es keine Skorpione oder sowas.
Das könnte das letzte Tageslicht für lange Zeit sein jetzt.
Oh, je, je. Oh. Okay, da geht's direkt runter. Okay, es ist auf jeden Fall direkt eng hier. Oh. Okay. Oh, ja. Wir sind unten. Ist das wild. Okay, Leute, hier geht's wirklich direkt los. Wenn dein Torgeil steht. Was zur Hölle? Nein, das gibt's nicht. Schaut euch das an, Leute. Das sind locker 30 Meter, die es da runtergeht. Das ist ein Belüftungsschacht, der dazu gemacht wurde. Ah, ich komme nicht klar. Ist das krank? Wow.
Zug. Bist du deppert? Bro, das ist über 40 Meter, glaube ich.
Also die waren zu der damaligen Zeit wirklich schon extremst fortschrittlich unterwegs. Wirklich, dass man das bis ins 8. Stockwerk mit Frischluft versorgen konnte, ist schon wirklich eine Leistung. Also ich höre auf jeden Fall die Stimme nicht mehr.
Das ist so was Gutes, ja.
Hoffen wir, dass es hier weitergeht und das nicht nur ein Belüftungsschacht war.
Stimmt.
Okay, ja. Da geht's weiter. Da geht's aber wieder hoch.
Wollen wir eigentlich nicht. Sollen wir kurz mehr darauf gehen, ob es irgendwo weiter runter geht?
Zur Not muss es in den anderen Gang gehen, der zu den Stimmen geführt hat. Okay.
Ich glaube, das ist wieder so eine Futterstelle.
Ja, das sieht eindeutig aus. Da ist ein gigantischer Wirbelknochen. Den von einem Rind oder so sein. Schau mal, was hier noch kommt. Das ist verdammt verzweigt. Okay, da ist ein totes Kätzchen. Oh ja, die ist schon länger tot. Und da geht's aber ganz leise mal nach vorne. Es ist wirklich ein Labyrinth des Grauens. Das fühlt sich scary an. Ich würde sagen, wir schauen noch zu diesem einen Gang, wo wir die Stimmen gehört haben. Und ja, vielleicht
vorsichtig schauen einfach.
Ja, gut. So, wir sind wieder. Ja.
Watch out.
We all walk our own path. I answer the call. I do not fear a perilous path.
If it serves your cause. If I...
I'll return this favor tenfold.
And so shall it be done. Let my fury rain down upon these. Actions will speak louder than words. Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred.
Not enough! Slow and painful is the way. Warrior of anguish! Kneel before me, prey thing! Don't distract me.
Spill no tears for me. Isha.
It is handled. With grace and malice.
Suffering is part of the trial. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running binaric override. Request approved. Running binaric override. My vow is to serve. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. None can do this better than I have become the All-Father's worthiest! Pay dearly for your actions. I will carve runes out of your bones! Comes plain. Our foes reek of cowardice. I'll return this favor tenfold. Wolves! For battle. By the wolf's eye, perish! You unleashed. See how the wolves bane. Let me educate you on your. None can. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. Bite like a bomb.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Fortune smiles on us, an ill omen. As the tenets, my blade whispers your death. As honor ordained, caught by the web.
A pitiful attempt. We all walk our own path.
The other side awaits.
I will tear your heart out for this.
I move swiftly to strike. Ancestors guide me.
I am not your
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
I understand your intention.
I'll return this favor tenfold.
When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed!
And so shall it be done. Actions will speak louder than words. Rejoice in service!
Isha, heal my wounds.
And so it shall be done. I will not be deterred. I am but a vessel for the higher purpose. Rejoice! Another step towards our ultimate victory. Actions will speak louder than words.
Try harder! Watch. Behold.
This can't be over.
Don't distract me. It is handled.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Request approved. You unleash my fury. Comes let me educate you on the art of pain. See, die in disgrace. What a pleasure. So it shall be. Feel the icy bite of death! I challenge you damn get.
My blade
Pay dearly
whispers
for your
name.
actions.
The shadows will let your soul be purged.
Heal my wounds.
Caught by the web. I approach the designated position. No weakness is hidden from my sight. I am not your Xenos pet monkey. If it serves your cause. If my ancestors guide me! You cannot force me, Elantak. I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Through pain and hardship, we prove our devotion. Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps. The Emperor commands. Rejoice in this is rewarding to all who oppose us.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
I am afraid you already know the answer, Elentark. You just cannot accept it. Your predecessor, she who previously owned this vessel and your entire protectorate, the monkey who kept a piece of my homeworld in her study, like a trifle or trophy of no great significance.
Let us walk this path to the end.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive. My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Let the faith guide my path to glory. The Emperor gave me a vision.
Operation successful.
I do what I must.
The Divine watches over us.
I see what others do not.
Shameful failure.
I sense something nearby.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. This is out of the ordinary.
The machine god grants me insight.
I need to look closer.
None are better at searching.
Martyrdom is the reward.
An unworthy soul.
My success is
Kemorak.
an irrefutable certainty.
I can cut your eyelids for you to see better.
This explorator is blessed.
No, your words mean nothing to me. For I speak the language of the retribution. I will revel in your pain.
The wolf is on the hunt. You'll carve runes out of your bones! Our foes reek of cowardice. Wolves reign! The fame-hungry cow! None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father!
Not withstand my vengeance! My soul hunger beckons.
Damage to Volk.
My artifacts is unserved.
Is that all you...
I will herd the prey. A euphoria of anguish! Revel in your terror!
You've unleashed my fury.
Watch.
And so shall it be done. Another step towards our ultimate victory. Actions will speak louder than words. Rejoice! Let this be the warning to all who oppose us. The Emperor commands. I will not be deterred.
My revenge! We are the bane of lesser creatures. A dance of blades and shadows. You are doomed! Trust me. Death is a blessing. As the tenants demand. You will pay for this in blood! I shall not come. The other side awaits. As honor ordains. No. Trust me. Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed. Brings me no pleasure. Let your soul be purged. My blade whispers your name. Come, the other side awaits. As honor ordains, I shall not fail. The shadows will see. As honor ordains. Just designate a target. I'll show you the real pain. I understand your intent. Favors the swift. If it serves your cause. I'll show you the real pain.
Bite like a pop! Explore to Zone 1 routes. Forward. The only side knows all, comprehends all. See, die in disgrace! I challenge you, Danget! I'll tear your heart out for this. Feel the icy bite of death! So it shall be. I hunger for battle.
I'll return the pain tenfold.
Skidja! Mine!
With grace and malice.
This tedium is beneath you.
Pay for this in blood! Corpse play! My instincts tell me to refuse.
Unbearably painful.
Not enough! It would be beneath me to even attempt it. Behold! It is a... Don't distract me. I will mark my path with ruin!
Let the faith guide my path to glory. The Divine watches over us.
The shadows reveal their secrets. You have encased yourself in metal, priest. You may trick age this way, but you cannot trick death.
This unit's service life is not determined by entropic degradation. The Omnissiah determines all. He is greater than entropy.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. May the blessings of the Divine grant us the courage and strength.
I'll savor and then tremble.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith.
Swift and silent. No weakness is hidden from my sight. I must.
You've unleashed my fury.
And so it shall be done. Rejoice in service! The Emperor commands!
Your last stroke of luck.
I will not be deterred! I cannot comply.
I'm not a vessel for pain. I am its master. You call this a strike? With grace and malice. Watch.
The wolf is on the hunt. The fame-hungry cow!
I will tear your heart out for this.
I feel nothing, fear nothing, as the tenets demand. As honor ordains. Caught by the web. Trust me. Let your soul be purged. As honor ordains. Caught by the web.
A work for a flesh crafter.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. My vow is to serve.
You will pay an even greater price. I move swiftly to strike. Ancestors guide me. You the real pain. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
I will tear your heart out for this.
I can't allow myself to do this. Rejoice!
Let me educate you on the art of pain.
Actions will speak louder than words. Rejoice in service.
Bring it on. I will savor your delectable agony. This can't be over.
When Fenris is in battle, oceans bleed. I will carve runes out of your bones.
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp. Let your soul be purged. Killing brings me no pleasure. I shall not fail.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Let us walk this path to the end. the faith guides my path to glory.
Fläche kann das Land gut gebrauchen. Die Ernährungslage in Ägypten ist seit Jahren angespannt. Laut Welthungerindex sind 8,5% der Bevölkerung unterernährt. Jedes 5. Kind ist wegen Mangelernährung wachstumsverzögert. Viele der Grundnahrungsmittel, vor allem Weizen, müssen importiert werden. 2021 kommen rund 80% des importierten Weizens aus 2 Ländern, Russland und der Ukraine. Diese Abhängigkeit ist schon damals ein Dorn im Auge der ägyptischen Regierung. Mit dem Beginn des russischen Angriffskriegs ein Jahr später brechen mit einem Mal die Weizenlieferungen ein. Die ohnehin schon schlechte Ernährungslage im Land verschärft sich. Eine Lösung für dieses Problem sieht Ägypten in der eigenen Landwirtschaft. Und vor allem im New Delta. Wir wollen herausfinden, wie es aktuell um das Projekt steht, aber stoßen online schnell an unsere Grenzen. Also wollen wir hinfliegen und uns selbst anschauen, wie die Wüste plötzlich grün wird. Und so beginnen wir zu planen. Doch schnell wird uns klar, ganz so einfach wird das nicht. Sobald die Leute vor Ort checken, wo wir drehen wollen, sagt uns einer nach dem anderen ab. Es sei ihnen zu riskant. Ein Experte schreibt, dass er um seine persönliche Sicherheit fürchte. Wir versuchen alles, aber wirklich niemand will mit uns sprechen. Also fragen wir einen guten Freund aus Ägypten, ob er uns vielleicht weiterhelfen kann.
Indeed, it's a bit tricky to discuss critically in Egypt, especially if it's something government funded, of course.
Das ist wahrscheinlich der Grund, warum niemand mit uns sprechen will. Das New Delta wird von keinem gewöhnlichen Unternehmen geführt, auch nicht von einem Ministerium. Das Projekt wird vom Militär vorangetrieben. Anfang 2011 versammeln sich Hunderttausende Menschen auf den Straßen Kairos. Sie wollen den Sturz des Regimes. Sie beklagen die Korruption, Gewalt und die wirtschaftliche Not im Land. 18 Tage lang stehen sich Demonstranten und die Polizei gegenüber. Am Ende dankt der autokratische Präsident Hosni Mubarak ab. Fast 30 Jahre lang hat er das Land regiert. Millionen Ägypter feiern das Ende der Diktatur. Hoffnung liegt in der Luft. 2012 gibt es die ersten demokratischen Wahlen. Mohamed Mursi, Gegner des alten Regimes und Kandidat der Muslimbruderschaft, gewinnt. Aber auch unter ihm verbessert sich die Situation im Land kaum. Nur ein Jahr nach seiner Wahl kommt es erneut zu Massenprotesten und er wird vom Militär gestürzt. Es folgt ein Massaker. Bei der brutalen Auflösung von Mursi-nahen Protestlagern tötet das Militär über 1000 Demonstranten. Hinter dem Putsch steckt Militärgeneral Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. 2014 tritt er bei der Präsidentschaftswahl gegen einen symbolischen Gegenkandidaten an. Am Ende gewinnt al-Sisi mit 97%. Unabhängige Beobachter vermuten, dass die Wahl manipuliert wurde. Nach seinem Sieg verspricht der neue Präsident den Bürgern Stabilität, Sicherheit und wirtschaftlichen Aufschwung. Doch die leise Hoffnung kippt schnell in Ernüchterung. al-Sisi baut das Land drastisch um, zurück in eine Diktatur. Die Menschenrechtssituation verschärft sich drastisch. Friedliche Demonstrationen werden mit Terrorismus gleichgesetzt. Die Presse wird unterdrückt, Regierungskritiker und Journalisten werden regelmäßig verfolgt, willkürlich verhaftet und gefoltert. Tausende sitzen bis heute in Haft, etliche sind spurlos verschwunden. Wer das Regime kritisiert, riskiert sein Leben. Und Und dieses Regime hat auch beim New Delta seine Finger im Spiel, wie bei so gut wie allen öffentlichen Bauprojekten. Wenn wir also mit Experten über das Vorhaben sprechen wollen, müssen wir außerhalb des Landes suchen. Und wir werden fündig.
When it comes to projects like this, there's really no transparency.
Das ist Edmund Bauer. Wir haben uns mit ihm in Dubai verabredet. Er arbeitet als Journalist für AGB Insight. Für den Guardian hat er unter anderem diesen Artikel über Assisis Wüstenprojekte geschrieben.
That there's very little concrete information coming out of any of the Egyptian sources about these projects, other than that they're great projects and that they're covering a lot of land, etc., etc., etc.
Das ist David Sims. Er ist Stadtplaner, Ökonom und Autor dieses Buchs. Das beschäftigt sich unter anderem mit Ägyptens Vorhaben in der Wüste. Die beiden erklären uns, dass das New Delta nicht das erste Großprojekt dieser Art ist.
You could say it probably has to do with a certain imagery of pioneer spirit. We can conquer the desert. This has been around for a long time.
In den letzten 100 Jahren gab es sogar mehrfach Vorschläge und konkrete Pläne, die Wüste zu fluten. Für Holy braucht es keine Unmengen an Wasser. Lediglich 500 Milliliter Leitungswasser, eine wiederverwendbare Flasche und etwas Pulver. Du kennst Holy bestimmt schon. Das ist eine super Alternative zu herkömmlichen Softdrinks. Keine künstlichen Zusatzstoffe, kein Zucker. Es muss ein Kanal gebaut werden.
It's called the Al Salam Canal.
Ein Teil dieses Kanals wurde tatsächlich gebaut und in Betrieb genommen. Der Großteil des Projekts wurde aber nie umgesetzt. Es gab etliche potenzielle Probleme, von versalzenen Böden über verschmutztes Wasser bis hin zu Küstenteilen, die vom Meer abgetragen werden könnten.
So, it looks like every one of Egypt's rulers has to have these mega projects to anchor his success and popularity.
Doch bis auf ein paar wenige Ausnahmen scheitern diese Projekte. Das New Delta-Projekt ist ein weiterer Versuch, die Wüste fruchtbar zu machen, mehr Fläche für Landwirtschaft und Bevölkerung zu schaffen und unabhängiger zu werden. Kann es diesmal klappen? Um hier überhaupt irgendetwas anbauen zu können, braucht es natürlich Wasser. Und zwar extrem viel. Dafür werden verschiedene Wasserquellen genutzt. Grundwasser und verunreinigtes Wasser aus diesem See in der Nähe von Alexandria. Vor allem aber wird für das Projekt die Hauptschlagader des Landes angezapft. Zum New Delta-Projekt sollen mehrere Kanäle gehören.
One of the few sources of information.
What you'll see circles of green, which are surrounded by land which is quite clearly still desert. And in fact, under the topsoil in which crops are being grown, it is still desert. And in fact, if you take away the central pivot systems that are irrigating these circles, it will go back to being desert. Nothing has changed.
Auf Satellitenbildern kann man bereits erahnen, wo neue Felder geplant sind. Man bekommt eine Vorstellung davon, wie groß das New Delta noch werden soll. Für die Umsetzung des Projekts ist eine staatliche Behörde verantwortlich. Sie untersteht der ägyptischen Luftwaffe. Wie hoch die Kosten insgesamt sind, ist schwer zu sagen.
It's a black box. We don't know how much money has gone into it, and we don't know how much money is coming out, and we don't know where that money is necessarily going.
Um mitten in der Wüste Landwirtschaft betreiben zu können, muss man aber vermutlich sehr tief in die Tasche greifen. Es braucht Verarbeitungsanlagen, Lagerhallen, ein Netzwerk aus Straßen und Kühllagern, Getreidesilos, künstliche Kanäle. Allein der längste davon soll laut dem Guardian rund 4,3 Milliarden Euro gekostet haben. Die Wasseraufbereitungsanlage war auch kein Schnäppchen. Dann muss noch das Grundwasser hochgepumpt werden. Und auch das Nilwasser muss teilweise auf eine Höhe von über 100 Metern gebracht werden.
So this is going to be very expensive. As a matter of fact, some of the earlier studies of Egypt's agricultural potential in the desert came to the conclusion that if you have to lift the water more than 30 meters, it's uneconomic. You cannot grow things with a value that will cover the cost of the energy needed to lift it.
2021 wurde das New Delta-Projekt mit Kosten von damals umgerechnet etwa 8,6 Milliarden Euro vorgestellt. Aber im Mai dieses Jahres hat Präsident Assisi die Einweihung der Weizenerntesaison besucht. Dort hat er gesagt, dass allein die Infrastruktur des Projekts umgerechnet zwischen 7 und 11 Milliarden Euro kosten wird.
In terms of the finances of New Delta, we really have to go on the bits and pieces that get released to us in speeches and press statements. We have to sort of take them at face value because there isn't clear records being produced.
Projekte wie das New Delta verschlingen unglaubliche Mengen an Geld und Ressourcen. Ein nachhaltiger Umgang damit ist nicht nur bei so großen Vorhaben wichtig, sondern auch im Alltag. Vor allem junge Menschen kaufen sich häufig alle 2 bis 3 Jahre für viel Geld.
Which we're not going to be competitive in, which you need a lot of water and you need a lot of land. Whereas we can grow other crops, citrus crops for example, we can export them for much more money and then we can use that money to import wheat.
That's what most countries that are in this kind of situation would do. So you export high value and then you import the wheat, which is what they've always done.
Ägypten will zu einer Exportnation aufsteigen und besonders in Afrika eine zentralere Rolle spielen. Außerdem soll ein globales Getreidelagerzentrum aufgebaut werden, um besser für Ernährungskrisen gewappnet zu sein. Die Einnahmen aus diesen Milliardenprojekten landen aber augenscheinlich nicht bei der ägyptischen Bevölkerung. Ihre Situation hat sich bislang kaum verbessert. 2/3 leben an oder unter der Armutsgrenze. Die Ernährungslage ist nach wie vor kritisch. Die Staatskassen Ägyptens sind leer. Die ägyptische Währung hat in den letzten Jahren dramatisch an Wert verloren.
There are countless voices in the void. Some belong to ships adrift, their crews long dead, their automated distress beacons pulsing out into the inky darkness of the galaxy, calling for aid, which will never come. Others are tricks of the Empyrean, echoes of ancient words that have bled from the immaterium, warped by the tides of unreality until they are no longer messages, but the stains of the warp, ever imprinted upon reality. Some, however, some are traps. The Saint Invigilant was a workhorse of the Imperial Navy, a Viper-class scouting sloop which had patrolled the edge of the Segmentum Pacificus for almost 4 decades without returning for a refit. With a narrow hull and extended sensor vanes, she looked less like a warship and more like a watchman's lamp adrift in the dark, built to serve as the eyes and ears of the Navy, even at the edge of the Emperor's light. Her crew of 4,000, far below the sloop's designed complement, was a lean, pared-down force who were forced to make do with the limited resources at their disposal, keeping her running through constant labor and the stubborn pride of voidsmen who had learned to survive with far less. They knew every creak of her hull, every flicker in her lumina rays, every momentary hesitation in the thrum of her stalwart plasma drives. She was a ship of habit and routine, but this routine meant survival. For one can never be too sure as to what truly lurks out in the darkness of the void. For the past 2 years, she had been stationed at the fringes of the Veylan Nebula, a patch of the starless abyss, far too empty to merit any significant attention from the lords of the Administratum. There were no thriving worlds here, no fortified bastions, nor great warp routes. It was only a scattering of mining outposts, clinging to the edges of dead rocks, and the cold wreckage of ships that had never reached their destinations. The Invigilance Patrol, however, was a necessary one, acting as the first responders to any lonely calls for aid, deploying the brave men and women of the Navy to bring the Emperor's light, to these reaches where it was all but forgotten. But it was then, as their vessel crested the fading remnants of the nebula, that the signal was received. At first, it was nothing more than a scratching across the Vox, a burst of static that could have easily been explained as electromagnetic interference from the nebula's dust belts. Then, the words began to emerge. They were faint, fractured, and torn apart by gaps of silence.
Please, help! We are not alone. He is in the dark.
The message repeated, again and again. No two transmissions were the same, with words shifting, syllables slurring, as though the Vox itself did not wish to be truly heard. No point of origin could be fixed, nor any direction identified, as the message seemed to come from everywhere, and from nowhere.
Command, this is Cutter 3. Are you hearing this too? I can't make out where this damn thing is coming from.
The sloop's astropaths urged for caution. Signals in the void were rarely what they appeared to be. The Immaterium had a habit of dangling bait into the abyssal gloom, shrouding their hooks behind something too tempting to ignore. But the captain of the Saint Invigilant was born a man of the Imperial Navy, bound by the unyielding code of his service, and sworn to protect the meek souls of the Imperium through even the darkest of nights. If there was even the slightest chance the signal was genuine, to ignore it would be to abandon his duty, and perhaps damn the souls of any survivors, knowing that help had been close enough to hear their cries. And so, the course was set. The astropathic choir strained, linking their song as one, to narrow down the source of this signal, not quite identifying the caller, but sensing the point in space where the signal burned its brightest. Sliding into the fading nebula, the distant motes of starlight were swallowed up by clouds of cosmic dust. Great shadows loomed in the dark, jagged shards of rock tumbling in slow silence, while the skeletons of broken ships drifted between them like the bones of some stellar leviathan. Hours passed. The signal grew no stronger and no weaker. The helmsman, perplexed, reported that the Saint Invigilant had been circling its target without closing the distance, as though space itself had been caught in a loop. But then, without warning, the augurs screamed contact. It came into view from the blackness like the broadside of a fortress, a wall of twisted metal over 15 kilometers high, vanishing into shadows above and below. The flank of this thing stretched away until it too was lost in the dark, the sloop a mere mote beside its unfathomable vastness. As the scouting craft edged around its face, the truth promptly became clear. This was no asteroid, nor a single wreck. This was a space hulk, a twisted conglomeration of derelict vessels fused into a single impossible mass, a drifting armada crushed together, often thought to contain little more than bones and ghosts. Engines had contorted into spires, jutting forth from the hull like the teeth of some rusted giant. Armor plates, some of which were clearly not human-made, from a bygone age, had fused with ancient imperial hulls. The whole structure turned slowly in the dark, and for a moment the Saint Invigilant seemed no more than an insect crawling beside the carcass of a god.
All stations, this is command. Final approach complete. Target designation, Mass 77. Relative bearing 083 by 049. Range 900 meters.
Mass 77 confirmed.
Dock and bay appears secure. But watch yourselves, man. I don't want anyone getting lost in there.
Roger. Come on, Team 1. Everything by the book. No heroes.
Copy that. Team 2, when we board, keep your safeties hot. Something doesn't feel right about this.
Yeah, but nothing's ever right with a boarding mission. Team 3, stay on my 6 locked and loaded. We're all coming home from this.
From somewhere within the hulk, the signal pulsed again. Closer now, louder, clearer. The final phrase remained unchanged. He is in the dark. The hulk hung before them as though it were a mountain of broken steel, torn from the darkest nightmares of a Mechanicus tech priest. From a distance, it had no single silhouette, only a patchwork of conflicting profiles, violating every principle of proper shipbuilding protocols. The myriad materials which had floated for eons now drank in the darkness of the void, absorbing the lights of the distant stars, giving nothing back. A slow corona of debris made up of rivets, flecked armor, and other miscellaneous scrap drifted around it, only visible by the blazing beacons of the Saint-Invigilon.
So this is Mass 77? Doesn't look like any mass I've ever seen.
Come on now, Sarge. It looks more like a maw.
Right then. The maw it is.
The Imperial vessel crept forward at a crawl, its thrusters feathered and void shields drawn thin. On the bridge, litanies were murmured under fearful breath. The captain stood at the rail with his hands clasped behind his back, a steady gaze now fixed upon this thing that filled the viewport. He was sure that somewhere inside, that he would find the source of the mysterious distress call.
Boarding detail, stand 2. Ritual of pressurization on my mark. Armsman squads 1 through 3 to airlock Primus. Seal clamps in 3, 2, mark.
They had found an open wound, just large enough to dock the sloop. It was a yawning bay whose blast doors had presumably been battered by stellar impacts, cleaving the hull open like ragged petals of steel. The umbilical reached across the void and sealed with a sigh. A group of engine seers went first, their sensors swinging, machine prayers ticking in holy binaric. Behind them came 60 armsmen in
The holy Xenocide.
To me.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Call this a strike?
I understand your intent.
To you.
That is beneath me. I approach the designated position.
Your death is approaching. I'll make you. Pain is all.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
Contempt.
I am not a vessel for pain. I am its master. It is her. Your last stroke of luck.
I will not be deterred. Rejoice!
You call this a strike?
And so shall it be done. Rejoice in service!
Woe to you!
I will not be deterred.
Your last stroke of luck. This strike.
I challenge you, Damget!
The spiritual prognosis is favorable. Running binary override. Advancing. Function successfully terminated. Request approved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
The shadows will see it down. As the tenets demand.
Woe to you!
Let your soul be purged, caught by the web. As honor order, my blade whispers your name.
You call this a strike?
Born predator does not become prey!
Caught by the web.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
Is part of the trial.
This tedium is beneath me.
Pay for this in blood!
I am not your Xenos pet,
Your
monkey.
last stroke of luck!
If I must. I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
You call this a strike? Oblivion approaches. With grace and manners. Oh, I don't think so. Don't distract me. Behold.
Pain and hardship, we prove our devotion. The Emperor commands. Defiance is futile. This is beyond me. I cannot comply. And so shall it be done.
Wolves return in disgrace. Your mistake will cost you.
I hunger for battle.
Your last stroke of luck.
See how the wolf succeeds! Our foes reek of cowardice.
You call this a strike?
By claw and fang, the foe will be torn asunder!
Woe to you!
My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin!
Emperor, protect me.
Hydraulics are failing. We function as one. My vow is to observatorization. Denied. Running my narrative, I venerate you, machine spirit.
your blade and shield. Let your soul be purged. Trust me, caught by the web. I shall not fail.
I'll do what it takes.
My blade whispers your name. Do not give in to emotions.
I will carve runes out of your bones!
Slow and painful is the way. Behold. It is that I revel in your terror. A pathetic attempt.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith. My enemies shall be crushed like dust beneath my feet. My fury rain down upon thee. Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words. The Emperor commands.
I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! So shall it be. Wolves reign! None can do I say bite of death! The wolf is on the hunt. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! So it shall be. Hand is thunder! My strike is ruin! Wolf's Rain. Fenris Shoulder. See how I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! Skythia, my Keramite hide is strong!
As the tactical imperative dictates. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The combatist equation. Your life is a negligible variable. Running binaric override.
Death comes in silence. Caught by the web. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. Your time has not yet come.
Even in the darkest moments, there is hope.
An offering of blood.
Fenris is in battle! Oceans bleed!
My blade whispers your name.
My armor is contempt.
I yearn for agony. Kneel before me, prating! Build. Don't. Behold! With grace and malice.
Rejoice in service. I will not be deterred. And so its shuttle defiance is futile.
So feel the icy bite of death! My hand is thunder! My strike is ruin! The fame-hungry come! I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! Corpse died in disgrace! Request approved. Insignificant value. Running binary code. Let the cycle be discontinued. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Let your soul be purged. As the tenant, my blade whispers your name. I cannot serve you in this way. Aim for the heart next time.
Watch! Behold! Not enough!
Rejoice in service!
So it shall be. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. I hunger for battle. Wolves, feel the icy bite of death. None can do. My hand is thunder. My strike is ruin. I will carve runes out of your bones.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Caught by the web. Trust me, my blade whispers your name. I would that I could. The undying Emperor whispers his will.
Suits of sealed carapace, their visors polarized, shotguns loaded, and held close. Inside, the air was cold, thin, and marred by the drifting grit of ruin. Helm lamps caught walls bent and battered beneath the unfathomable weight of the hulk. Grav sensors shifted from 30% in some areas to being completely absent in others, sometimes spiking to full without warning. The architecture was blasphemous. gantries had collapsed inwards, whilst service tunnels twisted down, meeting with bulkheads that once stood as the external hull. Here, a saint's face in the wall niche had been hammered into a featureless oval. There, a corridor that buckled back in on itself, yet emerged in a seemingly new location.
Bay secure. No thermal contacts. Auspex returns are cluttered.
Say again, 2.
Cluttered, sir. It keeps painting us twice.
They advanced by traditional naval protocol. Teams splitting towards high ground, service arteries and half-sealed blast doors fused to the deck by ancient slag. Tech priests coaxed them open with quiet invocations, revealing passageways that shifted in scale between scans. One was measured at 43 meters on approach, 51 on return. The distress call persisted, wandering from chamber to chamber, sometimes resonating through the deck, sometimes whispering from above in unseen rafters.
Watch yourself out there. I'm recording unusual movement, somewhere on a level above us. I think it's on 9.
There were signs of a catastrophe, but few bodies. A glove fused to a rail by melted plastic. A helmet with no skull inside. A rosary half embedded in foam. In a ruined gunnery station, a devotional banner hung intact, nailed to the ceiling by bayonets, which had long rusted. In some rooms, the air was breathable, yet notably tainted by the stink of leaking oil and chemical gases. Frost gathered on their armor, sublimating to vapor from the faint heat of their lamps. Dust drifted like plankton through the deep, hanging stagnant yet disturbed by their presence. They marked their route with chalk glyphs at junctions, but on their returns the marks seemed unnervingly changed, sometimes being neater than before, or simply to be found meters away from the original point. No one dared to admit that something was wrong.
Team Leader 2 reporting. Command, it's quiet. Just seeing a lot of rust. There's nothing here, but something still doesn't feel right.
Keep your channel clear, 2. No muck-ups.
Beyond their perimeter, the spaces grew hungrier. One long corridor seemed to run beside the same wall no matter how they approached it, like a reflection that refused to admit to the presence of a mirror. The Auspex painted it as a neat and straight line, but the human eye insisted it bowed inwards. Gravity migrated oddly. A dropped bolt floated, slowed, reversed, and settled back to the deck with an almost deliberate pause. In one moment of weightlessness, several Vox fragments arrived at once, blurred and overlapping.
Please, help. Not alone. Finish.
The boarding party found a narrow stairwell that seemed to descend, even though the deck plan clearly showed that it led upwards. Here, the sound changed. Gone was the deep, metallic groaning of the hulk's mass, and in its place came a thin, insectile burr, constant and impossible to pinpoint. Helm cams recorded no movement, yet their ears could not ignore it.
Signal strength increasing 2.4 decibels per deck. Harmonics unstable. Final phrase persists. He is in the dark.
Moving deeper, the hulk's inner arteries only continued to grow stranger. Walkways opened into vast halls, their scale defying the prior Auspex maps. Some chambers were inverted, with vaunted ceilings jutting upwards and their floors above. Yet the armsmen walked without notice, only realizing the anomaly after reviewing their confounding path. In some places, the walls seemed to have drifted further apart than they had been on approach, whilst in others they pressed subtly closer, with the deck narrowing underfoot, yet without a single seam out of place. The voices began soon after. At first, they were faint, perhaps too faint to notice over the sound of one's own breathing. It started with a muffled step echoing back from the rear, followed by a metallic rattle as though a loose plate had been nudged. Then came speech, notably distorted and hard to place.
Hold. Did you hear that too? What the hell's is on this ship? Command, we've got possible movement on level 9. No visual contact.
Tech adepts tracked the source of the noises through the Auspex. Their readings returned conflicting vectors. One moment the movement was ahead by 70 meters, the next behind by 10. More than once, an Auspex flagged multiple echoes of the same heat signature, each moving in different directions.
Come on, we can't keep a trace on this thing. It keeps moving away, but there's definitely something on this ship.
The phenomenon worsened. Short exchanges on the squad channels began to repeat seconds after they were spoken, played back in the same voices, but subtly wrong, with syllables flattened, pauses misplaced, the intonation just unfamiliar enough to prickle the nerves. In the void, it is natural for one to experience fear, and some crew will even go wibble, meaning that the mental load of stellar isolation has become too much, pushing them into a state of mental exhaustion and madness. But this fear was only heightened when the team found what appeared to be a sign that something knew of their presence. In a pressure-locked vestibule, 3 rifles had been mag-clamped upright to the wall, their safeties switched on, their straps neatly coiled. All 3 were Navy pattern, their serial numbers scratched out and replaced with the names of 3 men who were yet to report back from their probing investigation. But the captain's order was simple: continue. The Navy did not abandon a mission just because of unease. They entered a chamber large enough to be a launch bay, though its ceiling was lost in darkness. In the center, something stood on the deck, a silhouette, man-sized and frozen in place. The lamps of Squad 2 swept toward it, and revealed nothing but a suit of void armor, scorched and dented, propped upright on its own. Its visor was mirrored black, reflecting the beams back at their wielders.
Command, this is Team 2. Visual on a suit. Dog tags belonging to Junior Armsman Liviana. Emperor preserve her.
Negative, Team Leader. Double-check your visors. Liviana is still aboard the Invigilant. Over.
The armor vanished from the bay before anyone could secure it. The recording showed nothing. One frame it was there, the next it was gone, as if the space between frames had been longer than anyone realized. Back aboard the Saint Invigilant, systems were failing without reason. Primary Vox relays stuttered, playing overlapping fragments of orders never given. Engine room crews reported knocks along the hull, regular, patient, and far too measured to be random impacts of debris. One officer claimed to have heard his own voice over the intercom, issuing instructions he had not yet spoken. In the hulk, Squad 3 advanced into a narrow junction where the lumen strips still flickered with a dying current. The walls here bore impact craters from las and bolt fire, yet there were no signs of any bodies. A spent shell casing drifted lazily across a zero-G pocket, moving as though in water. The junction's far wall bore a single clean handprint, gloved and human, pressed into the frost. A matching print was found 2 decks away, still damp, as though made seconds before.
Feels like someone's walking just ahead of us. We round our corner, they round theirs.
Copy that, 3. Maintain formation and keep your channel clear.
It was here that the first locator beacon went silent. The bearer, an armsman named Korik, had been in visual range 30 seconds before. Helmet cams caught a flicker of movement as he turned a corner, then static. The beacon signal split into 2 returns, one far ahead, one far behind, before both dissolved into the white noise of the void. The search yielded nothing. His tether line ended in a clean, unfrayed coupling. No signs of stress, no trace of a struggle.
Korik is in the dark.
Command, we think Korik's gone Wibble. We can hear him, but we've got no eyes on his location. We're pulling back to find him. We ain't leaving here with losses.
The captain allowed a partial withdrawal to regroup, but the routes had changed. Corridors no longer led back towards the docking bay. Several paths had twisted in on themselves to form a spiraling descent. A bulkhead that had been a shrine door an hour earlier now opened into a munitions corridor that none of them recognized. Squad 1, carefully venturing through a sealed compartment, emerged into what appeared to be a mirrored image of the Saint-Invigilant's own crew compartment, though notably a
The Divine watches over us. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
With the physical horrors of Camorra behind them, a long and arduous journey, possible only with the help of a Xenos guide, lay ahead for the rogue trader and his party. From one strange destination to the next, through unknowable environments, the mere sight of which could drive one to madness. Despite the challenges, they managed to escape the labyrinthian webway and find their way back home.
a shrine door an hour early.
Welcome back, everybody. Twin 6 plays. We're playing Rogue Trader here.
Well, your lordship, ask away. I'll tell it like it is. I'm not going to try to wriggle out of it. It's not as if I could just abandon you. Even smugglers have principles and feelings. Unfortunately, all I managed to do was spend a pile of your thrones without anything to show for it. None of the operatives who do business with Xenos knew where to find you. Not even Mercy. I shouldn't have reached out to him. He helped me move to the Expanse and set up business here a long time ago. But I liked it better when he was safely in my past. So what do you want to hear, Shireen? A children's tale about a beautiful princess? A ballad about a queen of thieves? How about a new story, Shireen? Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived on a sand-covered lump of rock. And the core of that rock contained untold riches for servants of the Imperium. The girl scraped out those riches with her little hands, breaking her back and coughing up her lungs, on behalf of people who had never clapped eyes upon her, and who would never know her name. She did this every day until she turned 16. And then... Then his servants came and drafted the girl into the 19th Ifrit Regiment. Can you imagine? Of course, the regiment was wiped out on its first sortie. But the girl survived. The Exalted One protects. So what was next? Years serving in the Astra Militarum, just a shitload of hard labor, and fighting, and deals, and shady connections, and new opportunities. But everything in this world ends sooner or later, Shireen. The now not-so-little girl went and fell in with the Kasbalika. She saved up a little gold, and she even indulged in excess from time to time. Until living the good life almost cost the little girl her head after her patrons got caught in an internal investigation between the Officio Prefectus and Departamento Munitorum. So the girl ran as fast as her little legs could carry her, until her eyes and the whims of fortune brought her to the Expanse. A shitty story, all things considered, Shireen. The folks on Footfall are my only family, Shireen. The trickster twins and the rest of the rabble, plain-talking and loyal as dogs. And sometimes as dull as the pommel of a worn-out blade. Corporal Haydari reporting for duty, sir. I've had enough of the Astra Militarum shit to last a lifetime, Shireen. And my body's collected enough souvenirs from run-ins with Xenos and heretics to last 2 lifetimes. Except, when it comes to the Guard, there's no such thing as used to be. That wretched life sank its claws into me good. But that also means I remember what it's like to be a small, shaking, insignificant pawn. And that's why I appreciate what I have now all the more. It was orcs. Not everything I say is a lie, Shireen. What? You think it's difficult? Once me and my fellow guardsmen snuck into the upper city in search of a good watering hole, where the high and mighty of that world congregated. Another time, our regiment was sent to defend the tallest spires on a hive world. And I had an epiphany. I saw how the other half lives. And by half, I mean the ones born with a diamond spoon in their mouth, instead of an entrenching shovel rammed up their arse. My eyes were open to the truth, Shireen. The Imperium is full of opportunities, even for people like myself. The trick is knowing whose palms to grease, whose boots to lick, whose throat to squeeze, and whose arses to kick. I was very popular with everyone in the Guard Command, you see. I'd procure things for them, whatever they wanted. And so the Kasbalika took notice. You know, Shireen, I could still be bouncing around from one world to another, holed up on tired old ships with only venal grunts for company, if I hadn't decided I wanted more for my life. I accepted a shipment from the Kasbalika of certain chemicals. You know, for carnal pleasures and the like. Some bigwig was throwing a party to celebrate his 5th decade in the service. And that's when I caught the attention of the newly arrived commissar. I was rummaging through the pockets of Astra Militarum with one hand, and shuffling the Kasbalikan cargo with the other. You can imagine what would have happened to my head had the commissar not started with my higher-ranked patrons. Whoop the fu- Never mind. Are you worried I'm going to start spitting on the deck and shriveling your officers' ears with my foul tongue? Don't be, Shireen. I much prefer being seen as a princess rather than a deserter. I'll continue to play the part in front of the others, but you wanted to talk frankly, so I've dropped the act. Sir, yes, sir. Your lordship, Shireen. I'll be here, all primed and ready to go.
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
To what do I owe this visit?
Greetings.
Words cannot... I regret that I failed to see Iliad's designs through the prism of my own powers, Lord Captain. But now, I think I'm beginning to understand the Xenos' intentions a little better. Their lies, their fear, their fury. Now Iliad's colors are woven together in my eyes into a single, garish tapestry of alien emotions. And though its shining makes my eyes bleed, I see the way Iliad dissolves into the whiteness of grief every time she speaks of home. And the way crimson flashes electrify the air every time her betrayal is mentioned. Jai continues to envelop herself in the variegation of her habitual masks, changing her colors at will like so many garments. But deep within her heart, trembles a timid seedling the color of smoky lilies. It is grimy, burnt, and covered in ash. But it is genuine. Who knows? Perhaps one day Jai will allow it to grow and blossom. The fire of a rising sun illuminates Ulfar's face. A blaze so incandescent, it is painful to look at. But whenever the fire subsides, even for a second, at once an undercoat of dismal grayness and repulsive green haze envelops his shoulders. No one around him notices it. But I see. The Drukhari, Maradai, Eldari hues are always too bright. They stupefy the mind. But with this Xenos, I can only see billowing darkness where his heart should be. Nay, 1,000 shades of darkness, from a slate-colored haze to the midnight black of a starless sky. I prefer not to peer into the gloom of his colors, Lord Captain, lest it swallow me whole. I have enjoyed...
Broke free the bold from captors grasping. Dark cities, feeble dungeons, eternally disgracing. Flows now this saga in the hall of glorious feasting, where all extol the wolf mighty and the yet fatter cunning. I hope you're not going to put off the feast. Our escape demands a grand celebration. Find my pack. As we speak, they are likely performing some bloody service for Calcazar. For that reason, I want to have a word with the Inquisitor. Fenris Hjolda.
Rogue trader. Ask your questions. I will decide which is worthy of an answer. It was a punishment. One of my raids was not as successful as it should have been, and Erimeris ordered Tavantius to forcibly implant the knowledge of the repulsive monkey language into my mind. Supposedly so that I could at least benefit the Cabal by coaxing the monkey into their cages. 5 days I spent under a cerebral burner in the Spire's main hall, to the delight of Erimeris' entourage. I dislocated every joint, struggling in agony against my shackles. But I would endure it all again to expel this poison from my head. The Drakon is the first among the blades of the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, and the Drukhari who stands but one rung below the Archon. The Drakon leads raids and wages wars against other Cabals, keeps the arrogant true-born and half-born upstarts at bay, and has the pick of any opponent in any battle. Erimeris used to have others in her inner circle, but I ensured that they all disappeared one by one, and that their successors were too terrified to take their place. That was when my sister engaged an incubi order to serve as her bodyguards. Incubi do not respond to fear or bribes. Must there be another reason beyond survival and ambition? Camorra does not tolerate weakness. Camorra respects only strength and cunning. Either you climb upward on the corpses of your enemies, or you become one of the steps underfoot. Keep your arrogance in check. Erimeris was clever and deadly, and if I had underestimated her abilities and strength, I would have been food for the Urguls long ago. The very fact that she surpassed me speaks for itself. I refused to give her cause to cast me out as a traitor. No, our rivalry, our little game that ran since our birth, took time. And another thing, when you're at the top, you need something to stave off boredom. This game amused us and terrorized the rest of the Cabal. The Cabal of the Black Heart is the most ancient of all the Cabals, and the largest. It casts a shadow over all Camorra, and when the Black Heart strikes, you submit or you die. The Reaving Tempest was not prepared to perish, so when the Black Heart's shadow stretched as far as us, Erimeris' predecessors chose to bend the knee and become their vassals. Erimeris never liked the Cabal's subordinate position. Her words, and sometimes her actions, directed against the Black Heart, prompted whispers of discontent and fear among those who served her. I was not willing to renounce the protection of Asdrubal Vekt's own Cabal. If I had succeeded in overthrowing Erimeris with Nazrakay's aid, many within the Reaving Tempest would have supported me. Tavantius was Erimeris' ally, not mine. The Reaving Tempest is his patron, and patron also to the Witches of the Arena. I've had cause to seek out his artistry several times, and each time with difficulty. Of late, he's been gone from Camorra more often than he's been in it. He was probably in one of his lairs where he hides his other experiments and creations. After Tivantius quarreled with the witches and was stripped of the Cabal's protection, his havens in Camorra were turned into a deadly trap. I imagine they've been ransacked and destroyed by now. His other hideouts may be somewhere in the tangle of the Webway, or in real space. But that last possibility is madness even for a homunculus. When the grotesque of a rival Cabal ripped my arm off at the shoulder, when I needed a substance to wring the truth out of you in the Obsidian Court, when I had personal desires that only a master of flesh could satisfy. You are just dying to know, aren't you? It is a caste in Camorra. Noble Drukhari born under certain circumstances. Their cradle before birth was not an amniotic gestational tube, but a living womb. Carrying a fetus for such a lengthy term is as good as a death sentence for a female Drukhari. She is too vulnerable to her enemy's attacks, and she is of no use on a raid. In Camorra, only the most powerful Drukhari, who are able to surround themselves with the best protection, can allow themselves such an extravagance. Farkaza Aziriesh, poisoner of Azdrujar, and Shaimish's elect, was one such exalted leader of the Drukhari. The result was worth the effort. Eviscerator of Illyridos, Blaze of the Barkag Kingdom, and Slayer of Corocius the Pale. Illyridos was a world inhabited by our distant Eldari cousins, until I led a reaping raid there. The Barkag Kingdom was a separate cluster on the fringes of Camorra before it went to war with the Reaving Tempest, and by the time I left, I was wading through the blood of its inhabitants. And lastly, Corocius the Pale. He was an ancient homunculus who betrayed the Aziriesh at the behest of another Cabal. That was not a military victory, but a personal one. In his attempts to make himself invincible, Corocius had sown inside himself the deadliest creatures from the depths of Camorra. It did not save him. I cut out every one of his 8 hearts and sent them to his former coven as a warning to the rest. An amusing example of a primitive mind. Any Drukhari towers over any monkey, and we do not conceal our attitude to livestock, but my Cabalite kin. Every one of them should be treated with caution, and those who have already demonstrated their power and might are a deadly threat in their own right. I do not revel in submission. I accept things as they are. And I wait until a point of weakness reveals itself and calls to my blade. Are you sure? What exactly do you want to know? In all ways, the Asuryani are feeble shadows of our ancestors. We are their true inheritors. The Asuryani hide from she who thirsts behind their paths, relying on the visions of their precious Farseers, or blind to the reality around them. We Drukhari laugh in the face of the unknown. We thrive off the carnage and pain we inflict. Because the ecstasy of suffering is the highest form of pleasure, accessible only to superior beings. By your very nature, creatures like you are incapable of knowing such gratification. An amusing explanation of something you cannot hope to understand, but a predictable one. Watch it. It is Monkey who run and hide, not our kin. Camorra is the legacy of our ancestors. They found a way to penetrate the tangle of the webway and move through its twisting labyrinths. Few would hazard to travel in this splintered kingdom, let alone erect bastions in it. The Drukhari are the only Eldari who do not fear the horrors of the webway. For every peril we overcome makes us stronger. No. No one speaks of the Overlord of Camorra without good reason. Amusing you is certainly not reason enough. Perhaps. What else? I must adapt to my new circumstances. And to this bucket that you Monkey call a void ship. These alloy bulkheads. So primitive. Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
You are spoiling me with the splendor of your presence again, Shireen. Have you decided to treat your soul to the fruits of my eloquence? Or do you wish to discuss business with the newly appointed owner of a Is there a sweeter subject in the universe to discuss, Shireen? You have my full attention. Not now. Not today. You will probably laugh at me, but I'm afraid to be alone with you without my mask. Vulnerability is frightening. But I know I will overcome my fear in time. Oh, I have no doubt.
The only Saiyan knows. May.
No, Lord Captain, not a thing. And I'm wandering from bay to bay, scaring the crew. But don't worry, I'm sure that as soon as we get close, well, there'll be no mistaking it. Of course. Always at your service.
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domin honors us with a visit. The one who delivered this ark from the curse of your existence. I am ashamed of what I said, of how I acted, of my hesitation. Now that I can see the stars through the portholes again, Feel anew the ship's beating heart. Once more breathe the bitter air of the lower decks. My mind has become clear. I am Kibella, servant of the undying Emperor. I am your blade and your shield, and thus it shall be, now and forever. Thus I will be. Ask, Domin. Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen. The Maw, the galaxy, the monster inverted, the executioner. Something is coming. It is inevitable. Soon the expanse will tremble, and you will be the cause. You are not the beginning, but you will be the end. Some will see you as death, others a powerful force. Still others as a portent. Or you might simply fade into nothing. I have told you everything I can, Domin. But there may be more to this than I can see. These omens are unsettling, but we cannot alter our fate. All we can do is wait and prepare for the inevitable. I'm here, Domin. Come, we will open our souls to each other. So, sitting on your throne has not cost you your flexibility. That is a welcome discovery.
The Dark City released us from its thorny embrace. The wounds of the body will heal. But what about the wounds of the soul? Crudarach fell, and its demise shattered the fragile lives of countless children of Osirian. Scattered across this part of the galaxy, hounded by the monkey, pursued by the Dark Cousins, imprisoned by the servants of She Who Thirsts. Hatred is strangling me like a snake, and fear is coursing through my body like a burning poison. For the path I chose is leading me down the roads of failure. I can neither hold back my grief nor rein in my anger. And yet, I am powerless to stray from my path. Pay no heed to my fleeting wrath, Alantark. When the will slips away, the soul trembles with rampant emotions. But I will resign my heart to meekness, for there is no other way a marked outcast can help their fellow Eldari wandering in the dark. I found myself in the Dark City after following the twisted roads of truth and lies. And although the truth blossomed like an ugly bud and scratched my soul with its thorns, I did find the answers to my questions. Those who come back from the dark of the Webway will never be the same. But it is we who change while the surrounding world remains imminent. This thought gives me strength. I have no need for your sympathy, Alantark. Besides, neither Monkey nor my dark kin found the decaying remnants of Crudarach. Perhaps all is not lost. Perhaps we may yet bring back what has been taken. As soon as Eklendil gathers his strength, he will depart the Lilithon through the Webway Gate. Do not ask where his path takes him. He follows the road of his own destiny. It is as it should be. On the trail of a monkey called Caligos Winterscale, even a worm may harm a wounded tiger by bringing infection into an open wound. And the wounds of my people have been bleeding ever since Crudarach's demise. The spirits of my kin need a poultice, a hope, not the executioner's sword already poised to fall. You may try.
shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Know your duty. Let us walk this path to the end.
Sacred technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking, my cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure. Don't dishonor the wolf with such tasks.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Specs has detected something. Searching is my observance. Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive. Operation successful. My success is an irrefutable certainty. This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. Operation successful.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Just as I was taught. Just as he ordained.
The Divine watches over us. cannot escape their fate.
Come, you will enjoy this.
May the Divine's will be done!
To the brink of agony.
Actions will speak louder than words.
If it serves your cause.
Embrace excess. Spurn monotony. Give in to sensation.
See how the wolf succeeds! So it shall be and become the All-Father's worthy instrument! Wolves red are in disgrace!
I am unsatisfied.
I understand your intention.
My soul sings in ecstasy.
If it serves your cause, I'll deal death with my hands.
for the throne.
Nothing stands against me.
Let's see to it.
My blade whispers your name. Let your soul be purged. As on an old day, my blade whispers your name. The other side awaits. The shadows will see it done. I shall not killing brings me no pleasure, as the tenants demand.
I remember.
I am the chosen weapon that will crush the heathens.
To the brink of agony!
I will not be deterred. May my wrath be thy undoing. I won't suffer this. You have been judged and found wanting.
Not by your hand.
Rejoice,
Brink of agony!
and so another step towards our ultimate victory. Rejoice in service.
I will herd the prey.
Revel in your terror! Kneel before me, prey thing!
This tedium has been...
I am no more! I am its master!
Let us walk this path to the end. With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Rogue trader. You dare to ask me that question? Every time this barge pierces the veil, I am left alone with all the nightmares of she who thirsts. It costs me all my fortitude and strength to fight them off, and there is never anyone at hand with whom I can indulge myself. Only cold walls and a sealed airlock. Since the first time, I've been slowly acclimatizing to voyaging through the veil. Only Meng Qi could have conceived of such a suicidal method of galactic travel. However, it is novel and exhilarating. At least now I know what I'm facing, and consequently, I will find a way to withstand it. And now it is time to learn what is happening with the Cabal of the Reaving Tempest, leaderless and abandoned to the mercies of Kamora. The survivors will probably be driven into real space to fall prey to Silentthresh. You must find them. If we encounter the remnants of the Cabal in this dimension, I will want to speak to them. Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
abandoned and entirely devoid of light. Their voxcasters promptly went silent, never to be heard again. Morale was slipping. Breathing over the comms from the active teams became faster and shallower. The whispered litanies of the attached tech priests grew louder, less formal, as though they had forgotten they were transmitting to the entire crew. Squad leaders kept the men moving, the lamp beams steady, but their own helmet cams lingered too long on empty doorways and on shadows that seemed to ripple just before the light touched them. And always, the distress signal, still fractured, still shifting, but far clearer now and far closer. It slipped into closed channels uninvited, cycling between voices, sometimes in tones that belonged to the listening crews themselves.
Please, help. Not alone. He is in the dark.
By this point, the captain of the Saint Invigilant had reason enough to order for a full evacuation. But the Navy does not retreat lightly from an unresolved conflict, and the boarding teams still had men unaccounted for. So they pressed deeper, unwilling to admit the truth that the Hulk seemed unwilling to let them leave. And somewhere far ahead, where the decks grew narrow and the air tasted of metal left too long in the rain, something waited. The Hulk stopped pretending to be empty. It had tolerated their intrusion, suffered their presence like a splinter. But now, it was time to heal and to regrow around them. Squad 2 reached a transit gallery paved with hex plates that rang faintly underfoot, meeting with a viewing arch of thick yet cracked glass. Beyond it was the abyss, the nebulous slow rivers of dust, and hanging stalwart, the Saint Invigilant herself, clamped to the Hulk's flank, lights growing dim, as though seen through dark waters. The timestamps on their recording revealed only the last 3 seconds. Then the arch showed darkness, and the suggestion of a wall a handspan away. But no one had moved. The squad pivoted as one to the far end of the gallery. At the limit of their lamp beams, a figure stood in the door, humanoid, yet motionless, with proportions that seemed a degree too tall to be comfortable. Their scans attempted to resolve it, but the more the machines tried to define the silhouette, the less certain it became, as though the act of seeing were an argument it enjoyed prolonging.
Command, visual on a human-sized contact. No heat signature. Range, 35.
Copy that, Team 2. Challenge and advance.
Squad 2 advanced by the book, but the figure did not move. At 20 meters, it elongated slightly, as though the perspective had changed despite closing the distance. At 15, it turned, joints unmoving, yet it had undeniably shifted in its position. The shape remained frontal, while its location slid sideways, deeper into the dark. At 10 meters, the lamps flared, and the doorway was empty. They cleared the junction, but found nothing. Helm cams rewound. Frame by frame, the figure occupied every frame until the one in which it did not. And then there was naught but the silence and the darkness. Elsewhere, Squad 3 reached a machine vault ringed by silent servitors, bolted to their cradles. Their skulls were polished to devotional sheen, their faces were blank plates inscribed with short prayers for silence. One by one, the servitors' lips cracked along old seams that should have been metal. The prayer plates creased. Breath steamed from vents that had never been connected to lungs.
Command, we've got motion in the hard mutes. No signals, no power. They're fogging.
Do not approach, Armsman. Log and move on.
In the Saint Invigilant's engine decks, the slow knocking along the hull had never ceased. It was always the same. 7 strokes, then a pause, then 7 again. A bosun stood with his palm on the plating, translating rhythm into words no one could bear to hear. In the Vox pit, an astropath began to hear his memories as orders, briefs he had delivered on prior expeditions, replies to questions he never dared to ask. He wrote them down into the log in the hopes that when the time came, that they would be true. The captain's demeanor did not change so long as he was occupied. He moved icons on the hololith with a finger that trembled only when he thought of nothing at all. Moments before, the nav plot had flickered to show the Saint Invigilant not alongside the hulk, but deep within its interior, somehow connected at all points, as though it had always been a part of the Maw. Back on the hulk, the teams converged on a long transfer corridor that should have led, by their best maps, toward the original Bay complex. It ran straight as a gun barrel. The lamps lit 30 meters, and at the edge of that light the corridor narrowed, and at the edge of that narrowing the figure waited again, taller now by the height of a helmet.
Command. Visual restored on the humanoid. It's in our sights. Permission to open fire, sir.
Team 2, I repeat your previous orders. Challenge and identify.
Challenge and identify.
By the Emperor. Command, I know that voice.
Armsman Marius fired a single, unsanctioned shot, low and center. The recoil pushed him back in the thin gravity. The slug chewed through plating and ricocheted into the dark with the whine of a furious insect. The figure did not react. The ricochet returned fast, as if the corridor were far shorter than initially thought, and peened off beside the shooter's ear. The Auspex reported the corridor's temperature rising in a shallow gradient toward the contact. Helmet glass filmed as if breathed upon by an enormous mouth, but each breath wiped itself away from the wrong side. Corric's beacon pinged once from the contact's position, then from behind them, then from the Invigilant's docking bay. The returns overlapped. 3 skins of the same signal laid one atop another and pressed until the numbers bled.
Corric. Corric is in the dark.
They advanced because there was no doctrine for standing still in the face of such horror. But the corridor did what corridors seem to do when they are not in the mood to be corridors, and it changed its mind. The right-hand wall decided it had always been an open arch. The floor decided it was a ramp, and the squad's formation became a stagger. The figure receded with the same distance markers, forever 10 meters beyond the lamp's reach, forever a head taller than the last time, forever waiting with the patience of a figure not bound to the laws of time. They did not notice they were turning until they emerged in a chamber they had catalogued an hour earlier from a different direction. Their chalk mark was on the bulkhead, neater than they had drawn it. In the center stood the remains of Team 1. They had been mashed together, their armor fused at the seams, exposed flesh melded, gear jutting out as new limbs, and dog tags hanging vertically into the air as though they were the inverted baubles on a festive tree. This grotesque horror, however, was indeed devoid of life. It did not move, and it did not react to their presence.
We have positive confirmation on the anomaly. Do not touch. Just photograph and pull back to be vigilant.
They moved. One helmet turned slightly as they passed, following the light. The recording showed no actuator movement and heard no sound. Squad 3, advancing along a parallel duct, reported a pressure change, ears popping, suit seals flexing, as if descending a mountain inside the ship. The duct ended in a small door half-blocked by cabling. Beyond it lay a maintenance crawl space. They wriggled through. But then, they were met with a sight that filled them with relief. It was the docking bay, still affixed with the umbilical of the Saint.
You are spoiling me with the splendor of your Is there a sweeter subject in the universe to discuss, Sherry? You have my full attention. Not now. Not today. You will probably laugh at... Is there a sweeter subject in the universe to discuss? Ask the rose if it lies. Then let us both be silent together. Oh, I have no doubt.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Stay...
You ugly bastard. Didn't expect this turn of events, did you? Thought you could just waltz in here. If you're not dead yet, watch your back from now on. This is just the beginning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3...
I feel nothing. Fear nothing. No! Ruby flushes up, choking me!
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I do what I must.
What is that?
Let the faith guide my path to glory! The Emperor gave me a vision.
I'm still new to the art of exploring. Just as I was taught.
Let us walk this path to the end. Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind. For the Emperor. Know your duty. Actions will speak louder than words. Accomplished. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. This is out of the ordinary.
My Auspex has detected something. My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Fortune smiles on us, an ill omen. Just as he ordained. He withholds his favor. Shame and dishonor. The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Your words mean nothing to me, for I speak the language of the Retribution.
Death stands before you.
Step aside. The Navigator is coming.
The Emperor commands!
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Great sleep is over.
Get me a target.
Holy terror! Smite your enemies! I'm done with this one.
my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps. I will not be deterred. Rejoice in service. Your corrupt way has failed you. And so it shall be done. Rejoice in service. I am but a vessel for the higher purpose. And so shall it be done. Actions will speak louder than words. Let this be the warning to all who oppose us. And so shall it be done. Rejoice, let my fury rain down upon thee.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. My vow is to serve. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running binary code vulnerability analysis. Successful. Computation fails. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binary code right. None can Father's worthy instrument! God's play! See you will not undo the icy bite of death!
I bring mercy and retribution. Come, the other side awaits. My blade whispers your name. Trust me, caught by the web. As honor ordains. I shall not fail. As honor ordained.
Insignificant.
Let not the righteous live. May their blades be sharp.
Death is a blessing. My blade whispers your name. Let your soul be purged. No. Trust me. My blade whispers your name. as the tenants demand. Let your soul be purged. Trust me. I shall not fail.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The shadows will see. As honor ordained, let your soul be purged.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
The All-Father's worthy instrument! I say bite on death!
I need a foothold. Nothing stands against me. I won't object to holy terror. Smite your enemies.
Crushed like dust beneath my feet.
Your settlement commencing. You will not undo me.
The Emperor commands. I will not be deterred!
me.
Request approved. Running by Eric Earthright. The All-Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
Sosha! Our foes reek of cowardice. I have become the All-Father's worthy instrument! None can do this better than a warrior of the All-Father!
A dance of blades and shadows.
Yet I knows no pain.
Trust me. Death comes in silence. As honor ordains, the other side awaits. Caught by the web, killing brings me no pleasure. As the tenets demand. Trust me, death is a blessing.
I'm afraid not.
The other side awaits. As honor ordained, my blade whispers your name. The shadows will see it done.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail!
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Killing brings me no pleasure. As honor ordains. Your final weapon. As the tenet, the other side awaits. I shall not fail.
If only that were possible. If I may.
Naturally. Nothing stands against me. I won't object to it.
And so it shall be done. Let my fury rain down upon thee. Action, your corrupt way has failed you.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Bleeding damage to bulk.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
Error. Making adjustments.
The Divine watches over us.
That was a problem for you.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive. My success is an irrefutable certainty. My vow is to serve. This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. Let the faith guide my path to glory. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I did it.
Stay faithful and you will be rewarded.
Searching is my observance.
Just as I was taught.
Know your duty.
I do what I must.
Operation successful.
Only death, yours or mine.
The Divine watches over us! Let us walk this path to the end. Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Just as he ordained.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
I used to dream of visiting a feudal world. A land straight out of the pages of heroic chronicles. But now I dream of forgetting that place. The sooner the better.
He withholds his favor. I do what I must.
I shall repent. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Know your duty.
Halt, brothers. Take heed.
Has its limits. My success is an irrefutable certainty.
The web serves. Just as I was taught.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality. The machine god grants me insight.
Save your jests about fur, fleas, and marked territory.
The divine watches over us.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I? I do what I must.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. Let us walk this path to the end. shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
I find it suspicious that a gene stealer Magus was in charge of this cell. They occupy a high position in the cult power structure, but not the highest. Not according to the reports I have received.
Which you will predictably withhold from the rest.
The Divine watches over us. Let the faith guide my path to glory! We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
My Lord Ulfar, would you mind?
No! Get back! Do not speak to me! Get out of my sight, you devious little bloodhound!
Blood is my life. Death is my duty. Just as I was taught.
Let us walk this path to the end. Know your duty. The Divine watches over us! I will cast you into eternal darkness!
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Watch my back. Tell me, and it is done.
The Emperor. Another step towards our ultimate victory.
Hold on! Let's make it quick! Is that all you got?
throne take you.
And so shall let this be the warning to all who oppose us. May the Divine's will be done.
Let's get to it.
I will not be deterred. I can still fight.
I can handle this. Don't touch me.
Quick, quick! Emperor, protect me!
You will pay for this in blood.
I am your blade and shield. Trust me. Caught by the whip. Skill is lacking. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. Death is a blessing. I shall not fail. As the tenants, let your soul be purged. As honor ordains.
Wolves reign! The wolf is on the hunt. Feel the icy bite of death! I don't like that. See how you become the All-Father's will!